Oh shit. I forgot to post on stupid fucking Instagram. I keep forgetting that, dude. Sorry. What's up, guys? How goes it? Alright. Just throw that on there quick. We'll be Gucci Moochie. Just watch some Pete and Pete. That's awesome. It has been so many years since I've seen that. But that is a throwback. Isn't it strange how we always are living in the good old days? There's always something about our past that we like look back on and sort of long for. Crack one. Back in my day, cartoon characters didn't have penises flopping around everywhere. Haven't been able to catch streams lately because I've been having a mental breakdown. Explain it. Explain it to us. What is happening inside your head? What's up, Noid? What's up, everyone? What's new? Give me updates on your life. Gemini, you got a question? Yeah, for sure, man. Ask any and all questions. Yeah, let's hear about the breakdown. Yeah, only if you want to talk about it, but maybe if you talk to us about it, we can walk through it and make it make sense, you know? Albert, what's up, dude? Guys, go subscribe to Albert. He makes the best content. I'm trying to figure out when to upload my Christmas story. You know, honestly, I would... When it comes to, like, holiday-related stuff, like, whenever it's, like, day 1 of October, I start doing, like, Halloween shit at least once a week. So I get, like, 4 Halloween uploads, if possible, if there's enough content. And then kind of do that. Like, I try to give a video, like, at least 2 weeks or a week before the holiday, just to, like, build up within, like, the algorithmic side. Because if you're posting, like, on the day of, you know, sometimes the day after Halloween or the day after Christmas or whatever, people just, like, aren't really in the mood anymore, you know, they're done with it. What's your dream car, house, body? Not really a dream car per se. I don't know, I like all cars. I think they're fine, but you know, if I found myself inside of some McLaren, I wouldn't really give a shit, you know? Really have no need for that. Dream house, honestly, like, I've thought about it, like, what it'd be like to live in some, like, big mansion or something, but I feel like it would be pretty lonely. If it's not, like, filled with people, then what's the point? But yeah, dream body, honestly, I would like, I feel like we all kind of want to be leaner all the time, you know, but it's hard because apples with peanut butter are so fucking good, but they're also so calorie dense, you know what I mean? And also cardio is kind of like a pain in the dick. And also calorie restriction is not fun. I don't know. It's whatever, honestly. But it would be sick to be like fucking Goku style shit, you know what I mean? I think everybody wants to look like a Super Saiyan here and there. Or fucking shredded like, what's that guy? Jai White. Taekwondo. I thought I wanted to cabin the woods until I found your channel. It's true, I mean, I don't know. There's something about being out in the woods, sleeping, where it's just like, I don't know, you know. I've seen your bench and deadlift. What are you talking about? Yeah, but like being strong doesn't necessarily mean that like you're, you know, kind of bodybuilder oriented. You know what I mean? You know, being strong does help build foundational muscle, but it's not going to be like your lean bodies are going to definitely be made primarily in the kitchen. Wart. I live in a cabin in the woods. It's the best. Oh, nice. Do you ever get scared out there? Try not to get scared. Do you ever see James? Oh, James. So I've been going to work and having an anxiety attack the minute I get home, and then having to take a bunch of stuff to calm me down and go to sleep and then do it all over again the next day. That's curious. Wonder where the anxiety... Because, I mean, it's just hormones, right, is what anxiety is. So I'm curious, like, where it originates from, or if there's some sort of thought within the mind. My only fear there is that the medications that you might take could actually end up being like a detriment in the long run due to your body's kind of reliance on it to deal with said symptoms. Which, I don't know, like so many people want to jump to medication all the time, but honestly they do have like serious side effects in the long run, both in dependency and withdrawals and, you know, all sorts of other negative stuff that ends up just sort of making those symptoms sometimes worse if you don't get it, you know, potentially from the withdrawals. You're just traumatized. You saw a big scary ghost, and then that was it. Hello, sister and brother. I want you to pray for me because the situation at my home is not good, please. Okay. Everybody pray for a cryptic cut. Lord, please make it better. I've been on Prozac since 2015. I'm terrified of getting off of it. To be honest, though, it's helped my anger issues. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where definitely, if you've been on it for a while, like you have to consult with your doctor to taper yourself off of it, because, I mean, these are medications that your brain and body have gotten accustomed to, in the same way that somebody who, not the exact same way, but in similar pathways that somebody's, you know, body gets used to, like consuming opiates or, you know, fucking meth. You got to be careful, or you're going to go through some pretty tough times. I'd love to not take medication, but I think if I didn't take it when I needed it, I would die from stress and anxiety. Yeah, it's just tough because, I mean, if you're taking for anxiety and stuff, if you're taking something like a benzo or Ativan, like my one buddy, he took Ativan for, you know, just casually, like maybe like once a month here and there, just to help him sleep, and now he's going through like really rough withdrawals to like try and get off of it, and he didn't realize what it was that was causing his issue until he would take it, and all of a sudden all of his issues would go away. And then, oh, lo and behold, he's I talked about this before, but yeah, addicted to benzos. And fucking pharmaceutical companies don't give a shit about you or give a shit about side effects. They just want to push their pills. Godzilla's nuts. Welcome back for 2 months. Says, hey, how's y'all day? It's currently -10 and softly snowing. Damn, that's cold. You must be up north, my brother. It is chilly here. It's been a wet winter so far. We've had a little bit of snow, which actually prevented me from going to the gym one day because I was fucking skidding around and shit. Let's Read's one of the biggest yappers I've heard. This is professional yapping. How is his mind going so fast I can barely come up with sentences on mine? I don't know, dude. I've been yapping my whole life. There's always something stupid to say, you know what I mean? Feels like -10 here. Yeah, it's chilly. This definitely me with SSRIs, but I think I'm going to work on getting off it later. I would definitely suggest tapering, you know what I mean? But, you know, do consult with your doctor to get on a good tapering plan, and just make it clear to him that you want to, you know, want to get away from it. What's your favorite lift? Any goals going for? Well, I'm trying to climb back up on my squat. I was at like 500, and then I tried a different program for like 6 to 8 weeks that ended up just like making me weaker. And now I'm trying to be back on the 531 to get back up. My bench, I'm at 305 now, which is pretty cool. That's like the goals that I wanted to hit, but I do want to hit 3 plates just to say I did it, you know. At one point I like squat cleaned 315, so that was cool. But it was one of those lifts where it was like, I'm gonna get hurt if I keep doing this shit. And then, yeah, deadlift, I switched over to hex bar deadlift. I really do enjoy hex bar deadlift. It seems to, especially if you keep it at like a lower end where you really have to squat into it, because it's kind of almost becomes like a mix of like squat and deadlift. Tapered off of methadone. That's good. That shit's, man, I don't know. Whole world is, there's so many things in the world to bring you down, and then they just like mix alcohol and medication into that, and it just, and drugs. It's the same shit, you know. It just fucks people up. But yeah, I was pretty close to trying. I'm really trying to hit like 225 on the overhead press, strict press. But I did that yesterday, and I missed it, so that was kind of sad. So I got to do that cycle again to see what we can get back to, or get up there again. David, thank you for the 2. You're the only stream I would order a yappuccino from. I'll get you some. Man, I wouldn't mind some caffeine. I fucking love caffeine, dude. It's like the greatest thing ever. I just suck on that shit all day. It's like honestly one of the biggest motivators for me to get out of bed some days is just to go get some fucking coffee. Or an energy drink. That's my addiction, maybe. Even though it's not like I get like a headache or anything like that. You're my brother's voice doppelganger. Soothes me to sleep every night. I am he, and he is I. Christmas story or Christmas stories are how I found the channel. Nice, yeah, it should be. It's definitely a good time of the year for the channel, for show. Coffee is what I look forward to. Yeah, it's just good stuff. Try mixing a packet of hot cocoa in the coffee. Oh, that sounds amazing, honestly. Do they make like hot cocoa like tea bags? They have to, right? Just where it's almost like a lighter cocoa flavor. Caffeine is so addictive. Managed to taper that off as well. Yeah, it's definitely not as, you know, whatever dopaminergic pathways it can create is definitely not as bad as some of the more pharmaceutical grade drugs that they just hand out like fucking candy. I had to quit coffee. It was getting out of control. Huh. Yeah, were you getting like really bad anxiety from it? Because now I just feel like I don't even feel anything, but I just enjoy it. You drink the donut shop mocha latte K-cups, and they're so good, just like hot chocolate. I might get those. That sounds really good. Coffee irritates my stomach, but I drink it anyways. Do you do it on an empty stomach, or? Because I know sometimes it does affect me if I drink it first thing in the morning without anything. Caffeine makes me tired now. As soon as I finish my drink, I nap for 2 hours. That is kind of interesting. I get that way too. I start like yawning after like too much caffeine. I'm not quite sure what that is. Kitchen switch with the 7 months. It'll be 2 years sober in February, and just obtained my O2 electrical license. Life is great, even when it doesn't seem like it. Love you guys. Kitchen switch, congratulations to you. That's awesome. And thank you for the 7 months. Keep staying sober, keep staying focused. Set goals for yourself. We all got to do that. We just got to set goals and aim for them and keep it healthy. It's the only way to live life. None of the weakness. You need some Vietnamese iced coffee. I do, I know. Where the hell do I get that? Probably have to go to Vietnam. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, seen too many people trying to get off alcohol withdrawal, funky new age techniques. Go to the hospital. Only a doctor can help you. Don't mess around. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess like, yeah, some people try to get over addiction through like psychedelics or whatever, but who fucking knows? Definitely want to be in a controlled environment where, like, if your withdrawals do get really bad, you can, you know, have medical staff available to you. But I don't know, shit's fucking rough. Have you been doing your cardio? Got my resting heart rate down to 47. Nice. Are you a runner? Is that how you did it? You got into running? But it is kind of funny. My resting heart rate does always kind of chill around like 60. I remember it used to get really low whenever I ran like long distances in my like early 20s. But yeah, I do not do my cardio enough, honestly. Also with creme brulee creamer and Cinnadust topping is too good. That does sound perfect. Oh shit, we're here, baby. Time to read. Do you guys hear the new background noise? You have to let me know if you like it. Andrew with the tooth says, sadly only temporary benzos get you off alcohol. Oh yeah, with the Ativan, right? Don't they give you like injected Ativan to like help stave? Because you can have like seizures and all sorts of other crazy shit that can kill you. Psychedelics in a new age ceremonial setting was the only thing that helped me kick my addictions. The hospitals did not help. That's interesting, Matt. I mean, that's like really reassuring to hear, honestly, because I don't know, that's just like fascinating to think, like, to go through an experience like that and just come out the other end, like one of the strongest pathways of your mind connecting to its only form of joy through addiction, whether it's like hard or whatever it might be, and to do something like that that just completely transforms you, that's just so fascinating. You inspired me to make a movie from one of your stories. Hey, nice, Slender. That's cool. What's the context of the movie, or where did you make it at? Was it in school or just like for fun? I swim a lot and I run through the woods all the time at my parents' place. But now that it's winter, I snowshoe. Saunas are also super good. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. I miss trail running, honestly. That was like probably one of the most peaceful times I ever had, was just trekking through the woods and like constantly jumping and dodging rocks and shit. Hey man, what do you think about the guy who killed the UHC director? Well, yeah, it's one of those things where, I mean, what's the context necessarily? Like, I've heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't think I have the full story, but it sounded like he had to endure a long and tumultuous existence of his mother's like pain, where she had, and that which led to like her potentially having like $180,000 surgery that ended up not being covered by insurance, maybe through UHC or whatever it might be. But then, you know, one of the, at least I don't know what context, but I was reading something that said that he could hear his mother like screaming in pain in the other room late at night that would like wake him up, and he used to go in there to be like, are you okay? And like, and she'd just be like, fuck, you know, like just out of her mind in pain. And then eventually he just said he would just like wake up to it and then like roll back over and go to sleep because it just became so common. And I was just thinking, like, as a young person watching, you know, especially as a young guy, like watching your mother suffer is like you'll do anything for your mom, you know what I mean? Like most guys, depending on the relationship, really will do anything for their mother. And there is a dark side of us that comes out when you even indirectly hurt mothers. And so if there was something deep within inside of him that made him, you know, just disgusted by a system that supposedly uses AI to immediately negate someone's insurance claim up to like 90% of cases and like not pay for things because they're under the presumption just statistically that no one's going to challenge it or take them to court to get them to pay, especially if they can't afford lawyers and all that kind of stuff, or, you know, have the know-how on which to do it. I'll be honest with you, like, I don't advocate for violence at all for any circumstances, because it just creates more and more chaos that breaks society down. But I really am not surprised, I guess, when I find that, like, a young person is just like, fuck it, you know, I gotta send a message. You know, you did this to my mother. I also fought a cop for being aggressively assertive to my mom. I was arrested. Yeah, and, you know, it's just something instinctually built into us to protect our mother, you know? It's just in us. It's just the start of a revolution. I mean, the sad part is that these, like, very greedy, oftentimes, like, completely disconnected insurance groups that really only try to maximize value and, you know, milking people through their dumb fucking Ponzi scheme of insurance, all they're really going to do is probably just increase their security detail and make sure that they take measures to protect themselves. Because it's circumstances like that where they get sloppy that all of the other ones in the board meeting that they probably had right after he died are like, they're looking at each other. You know, they're all looking at each other like fucking slime. You know, slime that has, like, no care about whether or not the other ones die, but they only care about themselves, which is also instinctual within us. It's just, I don't know. Whether it's going to change anything, I have no idea. Alright, guys, we got, I think, 7 stories tonight. Mel with the 5 says, hey chat, hey Litry, thanks for being here. Thank you, Mel. It's good to see you. And thank you for the 5. Elon Musk has been carrying his son everywhere so he doesn't get shot. His son? Does he have, like, a young kid? I guess he has that one with Grimes, and he has quite a few children, doesn't he? But what is it? What specifically is it about his son? Did his son get, like, a death threat or something like that? Sorry, I gotta clear out my memory card real quick for this recording. I forgot to do that beforehand. 3 with Grimes. That's crazy. 3 children with Grimes. That's the saddest thing about this country, is we can't take care of our own people anymore. Big pharmaceutical companies make billions off these insurance companies. I mean, yeah, they just, I guess it's sort of like a symbiotic relationship back and forth, integrating that with just lobbying and bribing and buying off politicians. I mean, oftentimes I wonder when it comes to, like, stuff like Obamacare back in the day, where people advocated for more of a universal healthcare concept. I'm like, how many of like insurance companies and fucking pharmaceutical companies how many of their lawyers were sitting in the room as they, like, wrote up, you know, however many 1,000 pages of legislation got put into it. I mean, I don't know, but I presume that they would be heavily involved. Andrew Batts with the 2 says, I'm gonna let ChatGPT decide how often I beat off. I'm like, well, if you want to, it's always funny how they respond. It's like, if they want to stay healthy, you do have a crush on weird ass Grimes, to be honest. I mean, everybody's got some sort of celebrity crush. We stare at them and see their oddities and admire their talents and all that kind of stuff, and then you hear them speak and you're like, ugh. But sometimes we still roll with it. Christmas of 2013 started as a very special one for me and my young family. My wife and I had recently moved into our starter home with our 4-year-old son, and it marked our first Christmas in a house of our very own. So, to mark the occasion, and to show off the new place a little, my wife not only decked our halls with boughs of holly. Is it boughs of holly? Deck the halls with bows of holly? How do you say that? It's funny, you say like a thing forever. That sounds like one of those things where, kind of like when someone says like, I love this crunchy, or America's the greatest crunchy in the world. The boughs of holly, or whatever the fuck. The balls of fury, yeah. Boughs? Boughs, okay, oh yeah. Boughs. What the fuck is a bough? And why is it so holly? Deck the halls with balls of holy. Are your boughs holly? So to mark the occasion, and show off the new place a little, my wife not only decked our halls with boughs of holly, among other things, she organized an extensive list of holiday visitors, featuring an all-star cast of our friends, family, and new neighbors. First, we had my wife's side of the family come over in early December. We'd spent Christmas with them the previous, and since we wanted to enjoy our first holiday season in the new house, we made arrangements to have dinner and swap gifts during that first weekend of the month. They arrived in force, too. Her parents, her siblings, her cousins, and all the associated offspring showed up, with anyone over 5 feet carrying a Christmas gift for our With anyone over 5 feet carrying a Oh. They all brought a gift for the kid. That's kind of sick. They arrived in force, too. Her parents, her siblings, her cousins, and all the associated offspring showed up, with anyone over 5 feet carrying a Christmas gift for our 4-year-old boy. He was still very much the baby of the family at that point, as all of his cousins were fast approaching middle school, so when I say my wife's side of the family wanted to spoil him, you can trust that they spoiled him pretty good. And they left quite a pile of gift-wrap boxes under our tree, most of them addressed to our son, but I appreciated that more than any gift they could... Wait, what? Most of them were addressed to our son, but I appreciated that more than any gift they could have gotten me. Oh, I see, okay. Hey, it's Jacob. Welcome back to 34 months. Jacob says, I would like to wish the awesome members and everyone in the live chat a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Really appreciate everyone. Thank you, Jacob. Good to see you, my friend. We miss you. You should come by more often. Do you like Christmas as a holiday yourself, or are you on more the Grinch tribe? Yeah, I live up on a mountain, fucking jerking off. That'd be funny if that's what the Grinch did all day, just like on the tip of the, like the top of the mountain kind of curves. He's just up there shooting his load. But no, I like Christmas, definitely. It's nice to see people. I'm not like super stoked about extended family this year per se, but I think as a whole I'd like to see my immediate family and then go and visit, make my rounds with like friends and their family, because sometimes that's almost like more fun and more novel than typical family stuff. Just getting to see what everybody else does. Like one of my friends is very much into like the Orthodox Church, and it's kind of funny because they end up like drinking quite a bit. So you go over there and they're just like feeding you wine, and I'm like, hell yeah, dude, Christmas rocks. Sorry, Angelic. Hi, Polar Bear. How you doing? They left quite a pile of gift-wrap boxes under our tree, and most of them were addressed to our son, but I appreciated that more than any gift they could have gotten me. And next up were some old college buddies of ours. My wife and I met during our time at LSU, so we shared quite a large group of mutual friends. And then the weekends after her family came over, we welcomed them over for drinks and dinner. 7 of them showed up, all bearing gifts, and just like my wife's family, they seemed intent on spoiling our young son. The pile under our Christmas tree grew even larger, and there was something so magical about having something that you might see on the cover of a Christmas card right there in your own home. You see, during my childhood, Christmas wasn't a particularly joyous time of year, not for my family anyway. I remember having a few years of Merry Christmases with my mom, myself, and my little sister all opening up presents on Christmas morning. And then, in 1994, when I was just about to turn 8, my sister passed away under tragic circumstances, and things were never the same again. Christmas became an incredibly painful time of year, particularly for my mom, who'd taken to drinking to dull the pain of my sister's loss. Other kids looked forward to the holidays, but I didn't, because despite everything my aunts, uncles, and grandparents did for us around that time of year, it was still hell on my mom and dad. Despite many years of trying, none of us ever really got over it. Mom let the booze get the better of her and her health declined rapidly, and Dad stuck by her till the very end and then died of a heart attack on the 4th anniversary of her death. From 16 to 18, I lived with an aunt, pouring myself into my schoolwork by way of an escape. Okay. It's not complete without the ugly Christmas sweater tradition along with it. Have you tried Glühwein? I guess it's something like mulled wine in English. I feel like I actually have. It's a little bit like thicker, almost more like it's like wine mixed with like a stout or something like that. I think I did, and it was good. They found it deep within the recesses of their basement. Cooked hot wine. Oh yeah, dude. Good shit. From 16 to 18, I lived with my aunt, pouring myself into my schoolwork by way of an escape. And it was only during my senior year of college that I actually started to feel some semblance of normalcy again. Almost like how the feeling returns to your arm or leg after it's fallen asleep. My wife and I had been dating since our senior year of college, but it wasn't until we were engaged to be married that I told her about my past. I told her about the slow death of my mother, the sudden death of my father, and the tragic circumstances in which my sister passed. And I bared my soul, and she still accepted me for who I was. And after that, there's never been a single day that I've questioned my decision to marry her. She understood better than anyone that Christmases past had... Okay. Drink one in freezing cold outside. Better tread careful after that. Yeah. Be a bit slippy on the ice. Does anyone know about the Christmas pickle? Haven't heard of that one, Justin. Please tell us about your family traditions. Mind if I lurk? You can do that. No worries. We got a lot of lurkers usually. Lurkage. She understood better than anyone that Christmases past had been very painful for me, and that the key to dealing with that trauma was to turn Christmases present into occasions of light, laughter, and love. Seeing all those presents under our tree wasn't simply a generous gesture toward young parents. It was fixing me, one gift wrap box at a time. And as I said earlier, my wife had quite the visitor's schedule laid out for us. Once we'd spend the weekend with her family, We still had arrangements with my cousins, a group of family friends we hadn't seen in a while, as well as groups of our respective co-workers who all stopped by for eggnog and Christmas cookies. On top of that, neighbors from up and down the street started knocking on our door in their ones and twos throughout the month of December, all bearing holiday gifts for the newest family on the block. By the time Christmas Eve rolled around, the pile of Christmas presents under our tree had progressed from a humble collection of gift wrap boxes to a knee-high mountain range of smaller and larger packages all stacked on top of one another. Our son was so excited to open all of his gifts the next morning, and as we laid him down to sleep that night, my wife and I shared a moment of... It's me, ya boy, Skinny Penis, in the chat. I remember years ago on one of my streams, someone was in the chat and was like, "Hey, I just want to say I'm sorry I can't come to the streams anymore. My mom said I couldn't listen because you would say bad stuff or something." I don't know why. It was just like such a relatable, like, funny thing. Naughty. I was too naughty. That was like me in South Park. Like, I would watch South Park like in 3rd grade, and my mom like was fine with it, and then like randomly in like 4th grade she was like, "All right, I heard something on the radio about South Park being bad. You're done." And then it was like a solid like year of just like having to like hide it. The vast majority of those gifts were addressed to our son, and by that point, there were so many that we'd almost completely lost track of... Wait, did I feel like I skipped something? Our son was so excited to open all of his gifts the next morning that we laid. Hey, Mary Angel Magdalene, thank you for the 10. I love your voice. Thank you. Thank you, Magdalene. Appreciate that. Very, very kind. A knee-high mountain range of smaller and larger packages all okay, yeah, let me go back one here. Our son was so excited to open all of his gifts the next morning, and as we laid him down to sleep that night, my wife and I shared a moment of appreciation over just how far we'd come. The vast majority of those gifts were addressed to our son, and by that point, there was so many that we'd almost completely lost track of who'd given them to us. Some of the gifts had tags that said nothing but a name, be it mine, my wife's, or our son's, but even those were mostly addressed to the boy, and I couldn't wait to see his face when we opened them all together. And as I lay in bed with my wife that night, I remember her frantically freeing up space on her phone so she could record the very frantic, paper-tearing festivities in high definition. Jesus Christ, very wordy, holy shit. 1.22 million subscribers, only 88 likes. We gotta pump those up. Thank you to Shay. What's up? Your mom didn't want you to become a gay fish. I know. She was terrified. So many kids at work said they weren't allowed to watch SpongeBob. That's weird. Wonder why. Yeah, my mom didn't let me watch SpongeBob. I couldn't wait to see his face when we opened them all together, and as I lay in bed with my wife that night, I remember her frantically freeing up space on her phone so she could record the very frantic paper-tearing festivities in high-definition widescreen. There was, however, one little gift wrap box under that tree that was addressed to me. But if I'd have known what it was... God damn it. Joel, did it start snowing in PA? It did start snowing, but then it got like warm randomly again and went up to like the 50s out of nowhere, so it like melted, and it's been kind of rainy ever since. I quit my job of 2 years tonight. I'm sad about it, but it's worth it. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta break free of those toxic environments, you know what I mean? You binged both Chappelle Show seasons last night. Nice, that's awesome. Chappelle Show. Oh, wow, wow. Did you watch The Killer? The CO got caught. Yeah, I was saying it was not. I don't know. I saw it was like on Reddit. There was like something about Pennsylvania where it's like not a great week for Pennsylvania, and it was like the fact that that guy got caught in Pennsylvania at like a McDonald's somewhere, and then at Penn State University there was some student who, like, they said he was on acid, but I don't, it's hard to say what he was on, but he ended up like cutting his, like being like completely drugged out of his mind, and he like cut his penis off and was just like walking through the halls like, I don't know, I look like fucking psychotic. Jensen, welcome back for 54 months. Great news, everyone. I got my foreskin removed. Now I'm all balls. Hell yeah. A joyous occasion indeed. Because SpongeBob was said to induce ADD in children. Right, because the iPads and all that kind of scrolling nonstop doesn't do that already. I wore a tank top with "Who Killed Kenny" written on it with the characters. My mom, a devoted Christian, thought it was adorable. That's funny. You killed Kenny. I remember like when that was like when South Park really first came out, like that the gratuitous violence of like killing Kenny was one of the focal and selling points of the show. Maybe not necessarily selling points, but I don't know what happened, but the show doesn't seem to kill Kenny anymore, and it's upsetting to me. SpongeBob actually taught you how to tie your shoes? That's awesome. My mom didn't really care what we watched as long as it was kid-friendly. Which South Park is. There was, however, one little gift-wrap box under that tree that was addressed to me. But if I'd have known what was in it, there's no way I'd have gotten even a wink of sleep that night. We don't know how long it had been sitting there, not exactly anyway. My wife and I don't remember seeing it in anybody's hand, nor did we recognize the handwriting on the tag. And so as I opened it, I had no idea what it might be or who it might be from. But as I tore off the wrapping paper and took off the box's lid, it wasn't a gift that I was opening. It was a wound. I didn't open any of my gifts right away. I was having too much fun watching our son open his. And after that, I made my wife and I some coffee, and then we started watching our way through the remaining. After that, I made my wife and I some coffee, and then we started working our way through the remaining gifts, until finally, I was faced with a small rectangular box about the size of a Pringles can, which had a tag with my name on it. And the giver hadn't left their name, and unlike most of the other gifts, which had been wrapped in colorful, patterned, festive themed paper, the plain paper on this one was a dull mustard yellow. And after my wife suggested I open it, I remember giving the box a very theatrical. And after my wife suggested I opened it, I remember giving the box a very theatrical shake. And whatever was inside wasn't heavy, and from the shape of the box I figured that it might have been some bougie lamb's wool socks or lamb's wool sock. Fucking hell, I don't know what it is. Sometimes when people are like super wordy with their shit, I like can't keep up with their brain. It's like non-stop fucking comma bullshit. They revealed in South Park episode that Kenny was taken away by a cult and that made him so he could come back to life. Oh, okay, that's funny. I like when they do some lore stuff like that. My friend Miley and I are EMTs. We love your stories. And if you could give her a shout out, Miley, if there's an enunciation issue, thank you so much for your videos. We love you. Thank you, Allison. Good to see you. And shout out to Miley, Cyrus, and the gang. A person was watching Naruto while y'all were watching South Park, I would watch SpongeBob at the IKEA play place. Hell yeah, dude. You were way ahead, Jonah. Developing your samurai skills, or rather ninjutsu. Whatever was inside wasn't heavy, and from the shape of the box, I figured that it might have been some bougie lamb's wool socks, of which I am very much a fan. But when I removed the yellow wrapping paper, god damn it. But when I removed the yellow wrapping paper and gently pulled away the box's lid, I think I just froze. My wife later told me that at first she thought that it was some hideously expensive silk tie, as one of my dreams is to own a silk tie from London's Turnbull and Asser. What the fuck is that? Ooga booga wooga. Turnbull and asshole. Who is this Turnbull and asshole guy? My wife later told me that, at first, she thought it was some hideously expensive silk tie, as one of my dreams is to actually own a silk tie from London's Turnbull and Asser, and she says my face just went blank as I stared at the object in the box. And then, before she could get up off the couch and walk over to see what it was, I closed the lid, shook my head, and began shaking. Oh my God. Then, before she got up off the couch and walked over to see what it was, I closed the lid, shook my head, and began shakily whispering, "No," as I gently prevented her from taking it. I'm currently writing from the perspective of my wife because my own recollection of those events is somewhat hazy, and I remember unwrapping the plain yellow gift wrap, opening up the box, and seeing an old, grimy-looking Barbie doll sitting inside. And then after that, everything gets a little foggy. The next thing I remember is the brandy burning my taste buds while my wife asked me what was wrong, and it was impossible to say it at first. I didn't want to believe it was real, and saying it out loud seemed like a cursed incantation that dragged the concept through the... Holy fuck, dude, I get this is like a traumatic memory for people, but we do not need to be this wordy when we send in stories. A cursed incantation that dragged the concept through the ether of possibility. It's good writing, I guess, but it's also a bit much. I know it's annoying, but Miley and I love you so much. Help us get to the sleep we need. If you could give her a shout out, it would make her Christmas. Thank you so much for your time and joy. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Miley. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being EMTs and saving lives. Appreciate that. A formal apology from the writer. Do you remember the time you banned me from the chat because I was telling the story of the traumatic childhood and you said it was boring and not traumatic enough? Boring, not traumatic enough. Boring. Talk about SpongeBob, please. Hey, I deliver medications. I work for CVS. See, you were indirectly involved with the insurance CEO. They're coming for you next. Shakespearean. Guess how much my Tito and cranberry costed today at the National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Tito's and cranberry. I'm gonna say it cost you $15 for one shot of Tito's in your 10-ounce plastic cup. What? One cocktail, mostly ice, $32. Fucking what? Dude, I would never go there. I wouldn't even bought it. I would have just said I'm not paying for that. It's ridiculous. Mostly ice too. That's psychotic. Should have just gave it to the bowl. I didn't want to believe it was real, and saying it out loud seemed like a cursed incantation that had dragged the concept through the ether of possibility and firmly into reality. But in the end, I had to tell her. The old Barbie doll in the fancy gift-wrapped box had belonged to my little sister, who, as I said earlier, died many years earlier under tragic circumstances. But that term, tragic circumstances, was little more than a cuddly euphemism for what had actually happened. My sister hadn't just died. She hadn't succumbed to some rare disease or been involved in a horrible accident. My little sister had been abducted and murdered. Back when I was just 7 years old, my dad drove me over to the mall one Saturday to pick up a new pair of sneakers. Afterwards, we were set to go meet my mom and sister at a playground in our local park. But when we arrived, the first thing I remember noticing was how half a dozen cop cars were parked in the lot that we turned into, and how the officers that rode in them were talking to lots of worried-looking people. But without a doubt, the most worried-looking of all was my own mother. Just around the corner from the playground was a snacks place. Snacks? What is this even saying? God damn it. Sorry guys, change up some words here. I don't even know what the fuck this is. You loathe the word snacks. It's funny. Me personally, I wouldn't get abducted. Now I feel bad saying what I said. Dome, building, edit, lobby, entrance, room, I don't even know. Just around the corner from the playground was a snacks area set into a large wooden... I don't even know what the fuck these words are, bro. At some point, my sister complained about... Just around the corner from the playground was a snack stall set into a large wooden area, and at some point, my sister complained of being thirsty, so Mom walked her to the area to grab some juice and a few snacks. My little sister proceeds to then drop her juice box on the ground, covering the straw in the dirt, and then promptly... Covering the straw in the dirt, okay. I don't know, it's just like an area for snacks, but I'm trying to, for some reason they're using like words that literally are not words that you would ever use to describe what they're describing, and it's just like, I'm like, I don't, like no typical listener is going to hear that and be like, oh yes, of course. My little sister proceeds to then drop her juice box on the ground, covering the straw in the dirt, and then promptly bursts into tears. They're only maybe 20 or 30 feet away from this area when this happens, so my mom head back to the stall to buy another juice box, and explaining this as my sister going straight up wailing to just sniffling as she agrees. They're only maybe 20 or 30 feet away from this area when this happens, so my mom head back to... damn it, we're one story in and I'm just like annoyed for some reason. They're only maybe 20 or 30 feet away from this area when this happens, so my mom head back. They're only maybe 20 or 30. Motherfucker, I cannot read this shit. Holy fuck. Trail mix, yes. Honestly, I should start drinking during the streams. I get accused of it so much. Might as well just start doing it. They're only maybe 20 or 30 feet away from the area when this happens, so my mom heads back to the stall to buy another juice box, and explaining this has my sister going from straight up wailing to just sniffling as she agrees to stay put. Mom said the only reason that she felt comfortable turning her back and leaving her there was the fact that there were quite literally dozens of other people there at the time. The playground was a popular spot for young parents, especially in the summertime, and everyone seemed to look out for one another's kids. But then somehow, my little sister became the one exception, the one who fell through the cracks of what, up until that point, had been a pretty good system. Because after Mom bought that juice box and turned around, my little sister was gone. The cops spent the next couple of hours searching the park for her, praying she'd just gotten herself lost and nothing sinister was to blame. But their prayers were wasted. Her body was found that night, lying among a patch of trees on the other side of the park, and she'd been stripped, tortured, and then strangled. And her murder has gone unsolved. According to my mom's sister, Miss Rage, thank you for the 2. Appreciate that. Treats for Joel. Are you guys eating anything? What are you guys eating? If so, hand it over. I also dislike sweets and treats. It's freaking candy or insert any random baked good. Treats are for pets. I'm just strange to... Oh, you mean the vocabulary of it? Because I've known some people who just like don't have a sweet tooth. And it always like weirds me out. I'm like, how the fuck do you not like stuff made of sugar? It's amazing. It's specifically designed to make you die faster. It's gotta be good. Doritos. Yogurt. Just like a huge like barrel full of it. Toast with raspberry jelly. Damn. According to Mom, my sister had brought her Barbie doll to the park with her that day to show off the haircut that she and Mom had given to it. They'd shortened the doll's waist-length blonde hair. They'd shortened the doll's waist-length blonde hair to sit just above her shoulders, just like my sister's was, and she was... They'd shortened the doll's waist-length blonde hair to sit just above her shoulders, just like my sister's was, and she was pretty fond with her new personalized toy. And when they found my sister's body, her clothes were lying in a neat folded pile nearby, but her customized Barbie doll was nowhere to be found. The cops began to suspect the doll had been taken as a kind of... Fuck. Throat's already starting to go. Everything's falling apart. Nathan Wang with the 2. Appreciate you, Joel, listening. 7 whole years blessed. Thanks, Nathan. That's a long-ass time. Very kind. Much love. Mucho lovos. Need a good smoothie. What would you put in your smoothie if you could have one? Oh, you know what I watched today was Venus flytraps. Just eating I couldn't stop watching. It was just like a bunch of videos of like Venus flytraps eating bugs. And it's such a fascinating creature. Like for some reason they secrete some like delicious nectar along the ridges of their mouth, or whatever you want to call it. And then whenever the bug or little critty crawly hits their fibers, and the mouth just like closes on them, and then secretes like digestive fluids to like slowly break the prey down until they can absorb the nutrients and stuff. You should make a series of viewers' stories. Yeah, that's pretty much the whole channel. Or do you mean like creepypastas or something? Listen from 9th grade and now in 3rd year uni always kept me going throughout those years. That's awesome. It's wild. Hope school's going good. Hope your finals went well for the winter. Get a little breaky break. I'm glad we're humans. Imagining if a praying mantis or Venus flytrap was life-sized. I thought about that. Just like, as that was happening, I was like, what if you were in some like Land of the Lost scenario where, you know, you're like, oh, try this. What is that? It's goop. It's so delicious. It's so sweet. He's like, oh, I've been starving. And then all of a sudden one of your friends just gets like fucking crushed inside of a Venus flytrap, like a giant one. And then, you know, they're in there screaming as like the digestive juices are just like melting them alive. I'm like, that sounds kind of like a pretty cool movie. Oh, I didn't know they were from viewers. Yeah, I mean, most of the stories you can send, if you have one, you can send it in to letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, or you can post it on my Reddit at reddit.com/r/letsreadofficial. Of course, email is obviously much more popular, and usually preferred, honestly. Actually played Jumanji a lot and always wins, so I'd be okay for sure. I never actually played like the game of Jumanji. It seems fun. Man-eating trees in Africa? Really? Wonder what those were like. I walked into the corner of the wall tonight and split my pinky toe wide open. Blood all over the hotel. I'm just hoping for non-infectious healing. Oh shit, yeah. Hopefully you have something to clean it and cover it up. Bandage it up. Oh, that's true. Little Shop of Horrors. Oh my god, I forgot about that. They need to make that again. Has there been any sort of remake since then, but like ones that are like real gruesome and gross? They'd shortened the doll's waist-length blonde hair to sit just above her shoulders, just like my sister's was, and she was pretty fond with her new personalized toy. When they found my sister's body, her clothes were lying in a neat folded pile nearby, but her customized Barbie doll was nowhere to be found. The cops began to suspect the doll had been taken as a kind of souvenir or trophy, and it quickly became a case of find the doll and you'll find the killer. The Barbie doll in the yellow gift wrap box had that exact same haircut, and I was also willing to bet that the dirt and grime encrusting it now... The Barbie doll in the yellow gift wrap box had that exact same haircut, and I was also willing to bet that the dirt and grime encrusting its now pallid blonde hair was from the same... Man, I don't know. My brain is like not jumping from word to word. I'm like jumping like 6 words ahead sometimes. You just saw The Fly. I love that movie. It is good. Was that with the guy from Jurassic Park? What kind of voice do you think this animated blue guy we're looking at would have? He'd be like the Minecraft fucking zombies. Jeff Goldblum, yeah, that's who it is. Much deeper, growly. Like a Venom voice. What would Venom... Sometimes if you do the Venom voice, you almost like need to have eaten something so your voice sounds like more gargly. Uncle Samsonite? Probably. You're playing Minecraft? Nice, dude. Who does the visuals? That's from Robin Mikalsen. His stuff is linked in the description. He's very, very talented. Honestly, very, very talented. Like this one, he like honestly outdid himself just with the lighting and just like the volumetric nature. I mean, I guess it is 3D, but there's something about the lighting all within that like ball. Hey, Miss Rage, thank you for the gifter to Deshay. Welcome, Deshay. You now have access to bonus content. I genuinely think my generation was more talented than the new generation. I just think kids these days don't draw and play outside enough. What is the new generation? Like, how old would that even be? Or what is your generation? Is it like Gen Z versus Gen Alpha or whatever? In which case, honestly, you just probably need to give them some time to go through their typical progressions where... Oh, you're 27, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Isn't that still Gen Z, or I don't even know. Early World of Warcraft vibes. You threw your kids outside. See you in a little bit. Years later. The Barbie doll in the yellow gift wrap box had the exact same haircut, and I was willing to bet that the dirt and grime encrusting its now blonde hair... Oh, fuck. And I was also willing to bet that the dirt and grime encrusting its now pallid blonde hair was from the very same park my sister was murdered in. My wife suggested that it might have been someone's idea of a sick joke, or that maybe someone wanted to hurt me. I mean, really hurt me by opening up an old wound. A lot of the information regarding my sister's disappearance is freely available through old newspapers and public records, so there was a chance someone had gone through the archives or police records and then come up with this sinister way to rattle me. But over the course of the next few weeks, that wishful theory was proven definitively false. I contacted the police the following morning, and within a week, the doll was being analyzed by forensic scientists over in some lab near Baton Rouge. And when I got the call from the detective that we'd been speaking with, the first thing he said after confirming my identity was, "You might want to be sitting down for this." I remember dragging a chair across the kitchen to where our phone was mounted on a wall, and as the detective talked, my wife had her ear pressed up against the handset like we were conjoined twins attached to the scalp, and the forensics people had completed a full analysis of the doll, and this is what they'd concluded. Firstly, the fact that so much forensic evidence was still present on the doll suggested that someone had made every effort to preserve the state in which it was found. Soil samples matched those from the park my sister went missing from, and despite even the most complete fingerprints being next to unusable, they quite clearly belonged to a child of around 4 or 5 years old. One of the forensic scientists suggested that since the doll had been so well preserved for 30 years, there was a chance its adopted owner was familiar with forensic sciences. He'd certainly needed to have treated the doll with great care and reverence to have maintained its condition. But to the detectives, and to me, That only meant one thing. It had been a kind of trophy, and it was so much more than that too. Its owner had sought to preserve not just an object, but a moment in time, and that moment was one in which he'd taken my sister's life. The detectives talked to every single adult that is kind of nuts. Joel must have been feeling frisky, like he actually wants to work tonight. He's reading for a long time before looking at chat. Well, now you ruined it, Jonathan. Johnny boy. Love you too, bro. Good to see you. What's happening? I was born when millennials started. It's weird we know outside an internet. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I'm kind of jealous of those kids who got to just play Minecraft their whole life. That sounds fucking sick. Joel really invited to the cookout. I appreciate that. But I am the cookout. They're going to eat me! Ah! Just on like a... Just being like rotated on a stick over a fire. Great things have been happening, Joel. I will be contacting you soon because of your soothing voice. Oh, nice. Okay. I like the sound of that. A spit. Okay, that's the word. Being cooked on a spit at the cookout. And the cookout just so happens to be cannibals from an unknown island far away. My sister's 15, goes to the same art school I went to, and there used to be more talent. I disagree. I grew up playing in the woods, and it was amazing. You know, maybe that's true, honestly. Maybe talent is going down a little bit as time goes on. I mean, even looking at, like, the NFL, it seems like there's no, like, really great teams anymore. As weird as that sounds, there are no, like, really great players. I mean, there are good players, but I'm not sure. Like, it seems like the upcoming classes and, like, the quarterback classes are a little bit disappointing, but I don't know. I guess that's a different kind of type of person to be a professional athlete. I mentioned last week you're mentioned in a new book of mine. Yeah, what were you saying about that one again? What's it about? Can you talk about it? Mahomes is the best quarterback ever. Yeah, he's pretty good, but I mean, like, as far as, like, 12-0 teams go, I think even the Chiefs have kind of, like, scooted by like very minimal points compared to most, like, spreads of, like, 12-0 teams. But, you know, still 12-0 is 12-0. And granted, they use devil magic, so that's a little bit of a better advantage. Obama. Video games are fun, but nothing beats growing up playing in the woods and playing with Lego. That's true. Lego pretty cool. It's tough though, you know, because if I was a kid today, there's just not a chance in hell that I'd be outside whenever I got fucking Minecraft right there in front of me and an iPad and just all this other random shit. Like, it's almost like you have to, like, really actively try in the modern sense to, like, make sure that your kids don't end up like fucking, you know, iPad baby brain Ritalin induced monsters. Our country wants us to be slaves and boring and cut creativity out of schools and our lives. Look at AI, it's lazy and it lacks any form of brain cell usage. That's a good point too. I genuinely do fear for the creative abilities of kids, though I will say also that in some weird ways AI can be used in fantastic ways to, like, feed your creativity, to, like, give you direction once your direction is kind of lost, just to kind of, like, help organize those thoughts that you hadn't quite organized previously. But yeah, using ChatGPT or whatever to do your homework or never challenge you to think creatively, that could be really difficult going forward. Yeah, we all dreamed of electronics back in the day. I wanted a PC setup so bad, and a phone. I know. Like, we all wanted that shit. And now we have it, and it's like, Like, there's a part of me that wants to go on eBay and buy every different form of, like, Charizard card within, like, Pokemon holographic cards possible, sparing no expense. But I know deep down, if I were to do that, I would just, like, look at myself in disgust and realize that I have no need for this and I wasted that money for nothing. The attention span of people is so drastically shortened by Shorts, TikTok, it's terrifying. On that note, to be honest. That's true, that reminds me, I need to scroll on Reels for another 50 hours. I'll be honest with you, YouTube is the one that gets me. Like, I'll be on Reels, right, scrolling funny stuff, and it's like, ha 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 ha, but, like, there's something about the ha ha quick stuff where I'm just like, whatever. But it's once you get on YouTube and it's shorts, where it, like, actually has, like, a minute of, like, interesting content pertaining to what you might sort of be into, that I'm like, you come out of that, like, half-hour daze and you're just like, where was I? Where the fuck was I? Still have a Super Nintendo, but I need a TV and converter cord. You can find that easy peasy. You click on my podcast, you're set. Well, that's good to hear. I definitely am one that very much isn't inclined to hear it, just listen to something in the background as I do other things, is like kind of like ideal life. But sometimes you kind of wonder what progression you can accomplish in life by just like doing your activities in silence. Because how many times have you like thought of a new thing you wanted to try just because it was silent, you know, where you were or what you were doing? I don't really care. I'll eat a man or a woman. Just sometimes people just gotta air out their cannibal thoughts in chat, and that's fine with me. Peeping through windows in silence. But then you're like trying to be a peeping Tom, but then you start scrolling on shorts as you're like waiting outside of their house, and they hear you and they're like, what the fuck is that? And you're watching like Overwatch memes. Oh, sorry. What's up, exec? How we doing? The detectives talked to every single adult that had been in our home over the month of December. And when... Damn it, dude. The detectives talked to every single adult that had been in our home over the month of December, and then went through hours of footage from the security camera that watched them all arrive. And not one of them was carrying a yellow rectangular box, not visibly anyway. And despite a thorough examination of the box and wrapping paper, neither could be traced to purchases at any local stores. It was frustrating, and I can't help but commend the cops on what a thorough job they did. But in the end, we were all forced to accept that there was no way of knowing who had placed the yellow box under our tree or how they'd done so. The only thing that they were certain of was that without evidence of some kind of break-in from that month of December, they had no choice but to conclude that, in all likelihood, the person who had placed the box under our tree had done so under the guise of a friendly Christmas visit. Now, I'd like to be able to tell you that I handled it well, that I made my mom and dad proud and didn't let it get to me. But I can't say that. I can't say that at all. Obsessing over who had put my sister's doll under my tree and how they'd managed to get it there without me knowing, it quite literally drove me crazy for a little while. I had to check myself into... Mary, Angel, Magdalene with the 10. Heart you. Thank you, Mary. Heart you too. Thank you so much. You're working on a how-to mime audiobook. That's perfect. Alright, now stick with me now. Oh, fuck. Do you think mimes are kind of like... maybe they're part of like sort of an old Assassin's Creed type oath thing? where if they talk, all of a sudden like a series of snipers would just like shoot them dead in the street. Honestly, that would be the best. What if the guy who killed that like insurance guy was dressed up as like a street mime, just like and like kind of like pretended to shoot him a little bit and like laughed like but then when he turned the corner, it wasn't a finger gun. It was a subsonic 9mm. Did I put my Christmas tree up yet? No. That's pagan. That's pagan, Sam. Is that what you take me for? Just some lowly, dirty paganite? Oh, shite. Your tree's been up since November 20th. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, it does get you in the spirit, don't it? I had to check myself into the Tau Center, which is sort of like a high-end psychiatric hospital near Baton Rouge, with the doctors and nurses slowly piecing me back together like an old jigsaw puzzle. They'd help me find myself again, but there's one thing they couldn't help me with, and that was trusting people. The only person I trusted in the whole world was my wife, and even then, there were 1 or 2 moments when I wondered, really wondered, if she was somehow involved in the murder of my little sister 30 years before. That was me at the worst, though, right before I called that center, but after I got out, it took less than 6 months for me to move us all out of state and to start a whole new life someplace else. Now, I know that might sound a little radical, but with the age of our son, it was either do it then and find a top-tier school district in our prospective new home, or wait years and risk uprooting our son's social life. My wife made excuses to our family for me, and saying that we had to move for my job, and I just didn't have the heart to tell anyone I didn't trust them anymore. But to me, that's a contender for the worst aspect of this entire story, rivaling even that of my sister's murder. You see, whoever killed her, it felt like they won for a while. They took my sister, waited 30 goddamn years. Have you guys played Marvel Rivals yet? It's basically Paladins or like Overwatch third person, but it's fucking Marvel characters, dude. They took my sister, waited 30 goddamn years, and then successfully induced a mental breakdown before destroying my life as I knew it. It's like they waited for decades, patiently biding their time until I finally started to reclaim the holidays from pain and misery, and then they took it all away again. These days we vacation in Mexico over the holidays. My son's 15 now, and he and his little sister are more accustomed to tamales than turkey and potatoes. And we love it down there. It's just enough of the holidays for the kids to enjoy it, and it's just different enough that it doesn't remind me of things from the past. I still think of my sister every so often, and of my mother and father. But these days, with me reminding my son to take care of his little sister, it doesn't feel like my own sister's killer is quite so victorious anymore. Marvel Rivals W Iron Fist Bane. Dude, is Iron Fist the guy that like dives your backline and like punches the shit out of you? Because if that's the case, you're a devil. You're a devil to mankind, and you're a devil in my heart. No, it's all good, but it's just, oh my god, that character is, holy shit. Punchmaster, hi Brob. God, that character's so annoying. I was playing like Hawkeye. I was doing pretty good as Hawkeye, but then as soon as that character you can just see it, and there's just nothing you can do, you know? You just have to sit there and wait to die while they go like, there's just like no counter to it, and like there's just, I don't know, the game's fun, but there's just like a mishmash of shit in it that sometimes is like such a clusterfuck visually, and there's some CC elements, like I don't know if you guys have seen Jeff the Shark or whatever, where he like shows up and just like sucks your whole team into his like ultimate and then like just suicides off the edge. I'm just like, who the fuck thought that was a fucking good idea? What's up, Kunta? Nothing. We just finished story number 1 in the books. Wolverine is fun. Nice, dude. It's definitely interesting. I mean, all the heroes are quite unique. You sent a story, Snow. Oh, thank you. Is it Christmas related? It's like Overwatch where the queue times aren't 38 minutes. Yeah, because it's actually fun. Even though Overwatch at this time is definitely more competitive, I feel like. And I don't know. There's a part of me that's not really sure I see myself playing like Marvel Rivals long term per se until they really start cleaning up the competitive aspect about it, which I do think that if they went to a 2-2-2 system with a tank, DPS, or healer, that would be ideal. Just because there's some areas where you don't have those particular things like as equally as the other team, and you just can't get by. And there's like no possible way to like get the picks necessary. And there's also so many characters that you're just like not going to be able to, unless you're really into it, like know what to fucking switch to. Random question, but do you like it? Asparagus. I don't mind asparagus. It's nice when someone cooks it to the point where it's not chewy, you know, where it's actually like, I remember having like asparagus that was like wrapped in bacon in this like very nice restaurant. And it was actually impressive how like one bite you could bite through the bacon and the asparagus, like it was all butter. It was perfect. Do I like hot pot? Hot pot is good, yeah. It is a little bit annoying sometimes having to like cook the meat yourself. I sometimes just sort of prefer people to just like make something in its perfect form and then hand it to me. But the competitive mode is already toxic. Yeah, what is that like? Anita Blake, Vampire Hunter, was adopted into Marvel, and I'd love to see a movie or cartoon. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I was playing, what was the one hero? I think it was Cloak and Dagger. And I was just, that character was really fucking strong. Just because they had, like, so many abilities and, like, being able to switch between, like, healer and DPS. Or, like, effective DPS. It was pretty sick. What program do you use to edit your videos? I use Sony Vegas. Well, initially I'll, like, remove the background noise using Audacity and then bring it over to Sony Vegas for the video part. But Sony Vegas is dog shit. Highly suggest you use something more reliable. I'm just used to the workflow at this point and kind of don't want to learn anything else. Mary Angel Magdalene, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. I like how it's not just top 10 MCU characters. It is nice, yeah. You get a wide variety of like interesting deep cuts. Cloak and Dagger is pretty obscure. Yeah, I'm not familiar with any, you know, because there was one like, what's her name, like Luna something, and she has like ice powers. But to me, she just seemed like sort of like a Korean K-pop character just thrown into Marvel. And like her ultimate is really funny because she just starts like dancing on a stage around her friends, you know. Basically like a Lucio ultimate where it's all just like AoE healing. And a few people will go nuts over Squirrel Girl. I did see that. I was curious if her tail was like a butt plug or what the deal with that is. Janice Stewart, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content in the bonus content playlist. Thank you. They go back to the 80s. Okay, that's cool. I mean, honestly, I was playing Thor, and I was it was like Thor was pretty complex. It was like kind of confusing, honestly, at first. But then the fact that there were like different resources to consider, I was like, oh man, they've really thought of like some unique ways to kind of represent characters and try new things in a game, which is cool to me, you know. You just finished all your finals. Congratulations. You're free for a little bit. Squirrel Girl is like Deadpool and fucks with the fourth wall. Oh, okay, interesting. Is she in the same, like, deal as Deadpool, or Psylocke from the 90s comics was quite the beauty? Interesting. Alright, next story here. Psylocke is a cooler Genji. Okay. Christmas of 1974 had been a sweltering one here on Australia's northern coast. I was 32 years old at the time, a young mother with 2 children, Sarah and Jacob, aged 6 and 4. And by Christmas Eve, both my kids were super excited for the arrival of Santa Claus, and so I was chock-a-block that day with stuff that I still had to get done, but all the while, I kept hearing things that made me a little bit nervous. Reports of an incoming cyclone had been circulating, but most of us brushed them off. Cyclones aren't unheard of around that time of the year, but that mostly veered off or dissipated before causing serious damage. But fuck. Cyclones aren't unheard of. And see you on an episode of the Goons podcast. Who's the Goons podcast? Let's check it out. The Gooners. Goons podcast. What are they about? No description. Swagger Soul is scared of worms. The best Thanksgiving food. The weirdest products you can... Oh, okay, so they just talk about, like, themselves and, like, pop culture stuff or something. Okay. Cyclones aren't heard of around that time of the year, but they mostly veered off or dissipated before causing serious damage. What often started as a cyclone warning mostly ended up being a little bit of wind and rain and very little else. But as the evening sky hung low with a deceptive stillness, we allowed ourselves to be lulled into a false sense of security. That evening, we celebrated Christmas with neighbors. The kids were excited, running around in their new pajamas, while the adults shared drinks and laughed under the glow of the Christmas lights. And by midnight, the wind had picked up, rattling windows and bending palm trees. My husband Peter had turned on the radio for updates, and the reports were concerning, but still, no one seemed to grasp the enormity of what was coming. And by 2 a.m, the winds had intensified, howling like a wild animal outside our home. The rain. Chuck Taylors or Vans. I would wear Chuck Taylors for deadlifting, and then someone stole my shoes at my own gym, which is really fucking weird. Joe, I need to know if you watch Creepcast. I've seen them with Wenda Gooner and Mr. Meat Canyon, but I haven't officially like sat and like listened to it. Right? That's them, right? The Creepcast. Yeah, I'm a cop and I keep getting called. Oh, okay, so did they read stories on it? Goatman, Laughing Jack, and more? That's crazy. They started this and it's already like popped off as like a separate channel. I mean, it's brilliant to do, honestly, to start that together. Hey, Mary Angel Magdalene, thank you for the 10 gifters. Huge. Thank you so much to Kenny Falk. Isiri Lanza, I hope I'm saying that right. Isiri Lanza? Isire Lanza? Ezek Case, Dr. Pepper, Sepper, El Mecco, Ashley Patterson, Lilith, Kelly, So Much Heresy, Lilith. Welcome, my friends, to the Buttersuck Cult. You know, have access to bonus content. Be sure to thank Mary Angel Magdalene for that. Very kind. Joel, if you do end up listening to it, I recommend the Baraska episodes. Okay, nice. Yeah, how far back is that? Hey, Sarah, thank you. By 2 in the morning, the winds had intensified, howling like a wild animal outside our home. The rain came in torrents, hammering the roof with a deafening roar, and we moved the kids into our bedroom, thinking it was probably safer there and huddled together. The power went out soon after, plunging us into complete darkness, and the only light came from flashes of lightning that illuminated with the chaos that was going on outside. There was a ton of flying debris, bending trees and collapsing structures, and suddenly there was a tremendous crash as our living room window shattered, spraying glass across the floor. The wind tore through the house, ripping curtains from their rods and flinging furniture across the room, and Peter shouted over the noise, "Get to the bathroom." We grabbed the children and ran, and the bathroom was small, but it felt like a fortress compared to the rest of the house. Peter pushed a mattress against the door as a makeshift barricade while I held the children close, whispering reassurances that I myself didn't believe. God damn it, my voice just keeps cracking, bro. Makeshift barricade while I had the children close. Yeah. Euphoric, you've been playing it? Nice. Who's going to have a midlife crisis in chat? Sounds like me. Let's play a drinking game every time Joel messes up, we drink. Bro, you'd be 100 shots deep at this point. Which character in Marvel is like OP though? Like, you honestly question how they thought that was a good idea. Because I played the one character, Helene or Helena or something like that. Her name's just like Hell. But she has like hit scan where she shoots these needles. And it's like so strong. Peter pushed the mattress against the door as a makeshift barricade while I held the children close, whispering reassurances that I myself didn't believe. The walls shook violently and it felt as if the entire house might be torn apart at any moment. But then, suddenly, an uneasy calm settled over us, and the wind abruptly stopped. We hesitated, unsure of what to do, and Peter then peeked out and said, "We're in the eye. Come on. We don't have much time." Then, despite my protests, he ran outside to check on the neighbors. And the devastation was staggering. Entire houses had been flattened, and the streets were unrecognizable, buried under piles of debris. Cars had been overturned or crushed under falling trees, and the air was thick with the smell of salt water, mud, and destruction. Some neighbors What's up, Jade? You're happy tonight? How come? What the frick happened? His voice will put to sleep before alcohol poisoning. Yeah. I'll lead you to the white light, I promise. Entire house has been flattened streets. The air was thick with the... Okay, here we are. Jade got married and moved to a farm. She's now a slave, unfortunately. But that was part of the deal. Some neighbors were wandering, dazed, their faces streaked with blood and disbelief. Others were calling out for loved ones, their voices tinged with shock or panic, and Peter returned quickly, urging us to stay put. The calm lasted barely 20 minutes before the winds returned, this time from the opposite direction. It was even fiercer than before, as if the cyclone was determined to finish us all off. Rain poured in, soaking us to the bone before our bathroom door buckled under the pressure, and the roof began to peel away, one sheet of metal at a time. I remember clinging to Sarah and Jacob, shielding them as best I could, and the sound was almost indescribable. It was like a cacophony of screeching metal, crashing timber, all wrapped up in this relentless howl of the wind. There came a point where my ears popped from the pressure and I could feel the vibrations of the storm in my chest, and time just lost all meaning. It felt like... Fuck, man. Oh, I can let go full screen? What are you talking about? I feel like my throat, it doesn't hurt, just like it keeps getting clogged. You'd love to experience a tornado? Would you want to be like flying around in it? Or like when it goes over top of your house and you're in the bathroom or whatever? I feel like they could probably simulate a tornado inside. In like some type of amusement park ride or something. Eat a pickle. The vinegar will clear your throat, or apple cider vinegar. That's a good idea, honestly. Something stringent. I might get some of that after this, to be honest. Joel, you got the throat cancer like Michael Douglas. Yeah, from eating too much ass. Makes sense. Time lost all meaning, and it felt like an eternity before the winds finally began to subside. When dawn broke, we emerged from the bathroom, and what greeted us was a scene of utter devastation. Our home, like so many others, was barely standing. The roof was gone and most of the walls had collapsed. The kitchen was unrecognizable, buried under a mountain of debris. We stepped outside and were met with the full extent of the destruction, and Darwin looked like a war zone. Not a single structure seemed untouched. Trees were uprooted, power lines dangled precariously, and the streets were littered with fragments of lives. Things like clothing, toys, even the odd family photograph, and the air was thick with the cries of the injured and the calls of those searching for loved ones. My heart sank as I saw neighbors helping each other sift through rubble, hoping to find survivors. Miraculously, our family was unharmed, but many others were not so lucky. More than 70 people lost their lives that night, and many others were injured or made homeless by what came to be known as Cyclone Tracy. In the days that followed, the scale of the disaster became clear. Cyclone Tracy had obliterated over 70% of Darwin's buildings, leaving tens of thousands homeless. The government declared a state of emergency and began evacuating residents. We were among those airlifted out, taking only what we could carry. Saying goodbye to the place that we called home was heartbreaking, but we had no choice. Rebuilding Darwin was a monumental task, and some people said it'd take years, but the spirit of our community never wavered. People came together, offered support and kindness in the face of unimaginable loss, and we shared food, water, and stories, finding comfort in each other. And that night is something I'll never forget. Even now, the sound of the wind gets my heart racing, and the smell of rain takes me right back to those awful hours. But I also think about how our community pulled together, finding strength when we needed it most. Cyclone Tracy was devastating, but it brought out the best in people. Kindness, bravery, and the determination to rebuild. It had been nearly 50 years since then. Darwin has grown into a strong, thriving city, built to stand up against whatever comes next, but for those of us who were there, Tracy isn't just history, it's part of our story. And I shared this not to dwell on the pain, but to remember those we lost and honor the strength of those who survived. Nature is powerful, but so is the human spirit. Do you ever think if you like sneeze, you may have accidentally like started a volcanic eruption in the Philippines? Sometimes I worry that I accidentally do that. Yellowstone needs to blow up. It absolutely has to happen so I can get out of school. I am going to go grab that like apple cider vinegar to put into a drink. Maybe a pickle too. Who knows? Maybe a pickle. But so I'll be right back. Sorry. My very own Christmas pickle? Holy shit. I missed it when I was gone. Mary Angel Magdalene with the big fucking $50 donation. Twerking for it, twerking for it. Thank you so much, Mary. Going ham jam. Thank you. Did she comment after that? If you do have a comment, please feel free to @ me. I very much appreciate you. Now I can afford Christmas gifts for my 30 kids. Wonder what's the most amount of kids someone's ever had. Obviously, I guess you got like Genghis Khan situation, which he probably takes the cake. Yeah, now I can afford toilet paper. Now I can wipe my ass after eating Christmas pickles and shoving a Christmas pickle up there. I don't have to use those anymore. Ask a Mormon. Oh, Octomom, yeah. That does make me, yeah, how many, yeah, that's a good question. Chat GP, oh yeah, we're on Chat GPT 5 now, or Chat GPT 5. Holy fuck, I can't even say it. And we made all, we had all this technological jumps just to ask it what's the most amount of kids someone had at one time. The record for most children delivered in a single time and surviving is 9 non-uplets. In May 2021, Halima Cisse from Mali gave birth to non-uplets, 5 girls and 4 boys in Morocco. All 9 babies and the mother reported to be in good health after delivery. This remarkable feat was achieved through a cesarean section and is considered a medical marvel due to the extreme rarity and the challenges of multiple births at this scale. That's crazy. What about most kids had by one single woman over her lifetime? The record for most children born to one woman is attributed to the first wife of Fyodor Vasilyev, a peasant from Shuya, Russia in the 18th century. According to historical records, she gave birth to a staggering 69 children between 1725 and 1765. Holy shit, dude. Imagine being 40 and your mom is still fucking getting busy. This total includes 16 pairs of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 sets of quadruplets. God damn. God motherfucking damn, that's crazy. God motherfucking damn. Jesus fucking Christ, stop procreating. But why? Why stop? You know what I mean? There's so many people that want get a hobby. Well, that's fine too. Have every kid. Keep having all the kids. Just keep going. What's the point of not, I watched Escaping Polygamy. The 3 sisters helped free people and so many of them were related. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. You get a kid, and you get a kid. That is genuinely nuts. Or almost like every time you have... Like, it sounds like every time they ever had sex in their entire life, she was just like... absorbing that, making a baby. Alright, here's some more. We're gonna have little Let's Reads. Soon. They're almost done incubating in their eggs. It was Christmas Day, a day meant for celebration, for prayer, for gathering with family. In our small village of some stupid place I can't pronounce. Uno momento. And as you can see on your left, some stupid place I can't pronounce. How do you say this fucking? It was Quimus. Farage. Alright, with an emphasis in the second syllable. Farage is a town in the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Oh, okay. In our small village of Farage, we had planned to attend church, eat together, and celebrate the birth of Jesus. Instead, it became the day of our lives. Dude, what the fudge? I got this stringent... Maybe I shouldn't have put the, electrolyte powder in there. Instead, it became the day our lives were torn apart. A day that, when I think of it now, I'm reminded of the smelling of burning, sharp and... A day that, when I think of it now, I am reminded of the smell of burning, as if the air itself wanted to suffocate our very spirit. I had been up before sunrise, helping my mother prepare cassava and beans for the Christmas feast. My younger brother, Kiza, who had just turned 8, was outside kicking his new football back and forth with our father. He was so happy with his new ball, not just because it was a gift, but because he and his friends would be able to play together. Our father joked that one day he would become a great footballer and travel to Europe and make lots of money, and we laughed, and the future seemed so bright. We had no idea of the terror that marched towards us. The first warning came as a distant rumble, sort of like thunder, but the skies were blue and clear, and we thought that it might be herds of cattle or the wind in the trees, and it wasn't until we heard the unmistakable crack of gunfire that we realized something was terribly wrong. The LRA had come. They descended on our village like rabid animals, shooting their weapons as they ran. There were at least 20 to 30 of them, young men with violence in their eyes and war paint on their faces. Some carried machine guns and machetes, and others carried clubs studded with nails and chunks of iron, and they barely looked like human beings anymore. As they charged, they began shouting in a language that I didn't understand, but somehow I knew what they were saying. They were screaming of killing, violating, torturing, and destroying us. We tried to run, but where could we go? The village was surrounded by very thick forest, and the attackers were able to move much faster. I grabbed Kisa's hand, dragging him toward the church, thinking that it might be a place of refuge. But as we reached the steps, we saw bodies sprawled across the ground. Men, women, and children all lay dead. The LRA had shown them no mercy. I froze, my grip tightening on Kisa's hand, and he had no idea what was happening and kept asking me, "Sister, what's going on?" I knew, but I didn't have the words or the heart to tell him. And when the LRA soldiers cornered an uncle from our village, he tried to reason with him and then begged for mercy. He stepped forward, hands raised as he pled for his life, but One of the rebels shot him in the chest without hesitation, and the rebels laughed as he died, a chilling sound that I'll never forget. After that, the LRA rounded up those of us who remained and then forced us to kneel in the dirt. One of the soldiers, who looked to be their leader, shouted something and pointed at the group, and they began to separate us, men from women, adults from children, and my father was among the men. He looked at me one last time, his eyes full of fear and love, before they marched him away with the others, and I never saw them again. The women and children were then taken to church. The rebels had turned it into a sort of slaughterhouse, and they set fire to that building, forcing us to watch as flames consumed our sanctuary, and anyone who tried to escape was hacked down with machetes or shot. I remember clutching Kiza tightly, trying to shield him from the horrors around us, but how could I protect him? The rebels, they were like devils, and they took pleasure in our suffering, laughing as they mutilated us and killing who they pleased. Kiza was crying, and he trembled as I held him. One of the rebels noticed us and approached, and he was holding a machete. He grabbed Kiza by the arm and pulled him away from me. I screamed, begged, and pleaded, but the man hit me very hard in the face with his rifle. My vision blurred as I watched him drag Kiza away, and the last thing I remember before I passed out were his screams. Somehow, I survived that day, but I don't know why. Perhaps the rebels thought that I was dead after they struck me, or perhaps God spared me for a reason I can't yet understand. When I woke up, the village was silent except for the crackling of flames and the occasional cry of a wounded survivor. The rebels were gone, leaving behind a trail of death and destruction. I stumbled through the village, calling out for Kiza, for my mother, for anyone, but the only answers were the moans of those dying. The church was just a ruin, its charred skeleton standing as a grim reminder of what had happened. Bodies were strewn everywhere, some mutilated beyond recognition, and I found my mother among them, her lifeless eyes staring to the sky. I collapsed beside her and began to cry, and Kiza, my little brother, was nowhere to be found. I searched for days, scouring the forests and surrounding villages, but found no trace of him. I can only hope that he's still alive somewhere, though deep down I fear the worst. The rebels are known for abducting children and either enslaving them or forcing them to become child soldiers, which in many ways is a fate worse than death. It's been years since that Christmas, but the wounds have not healed. I still see the faces of the dead in my dreams. I hear their screams, smell the smoke, and feel the heat of the flames on my face. I wonder why the world did nothing to stop this, why we were left to suffer alone. The LRA have been terrorizing our region for a long time, and for a while, many people in the West spoke of Coney 2012 and stopping the LRA. But now that is not fashionable anymore, and no one seems to care. Do our lives not matter anymore? Did you throw us away for next year's fashion? I send my story not because I want pity. Instead, I want the world to know what happened. I want people to remember the lives that were lost and the families that were torn apart. I want justice and peace for my village, for my family, for Kiza, and for generations to come. Coney 2012. Do you guys remember that shit? Coney 2012 campaign focused on raising awareness about Joseph Kony, the leader of the Lord's Resistance Army, LRA, a rebel group notorious for abductions, child soldiers, and atrocities across Central Africa. Geographical context of Kony's activities: Uganda. This is where the LRA originated in the late 1980s, but Kony's forces were largely pushed out by the early 2000s. Sudan, South Sudan. The LRA used bases here during parts of its existence. Democratic Republic of Congo, which is, I guess, where we were reading that last story from. The LRA operated in parts of northeastern DRC, particularly near Garamba National Park. Central Africa Republic, CAR, Kony, and the LRA also moved into remote regions here as they evaded capture. Coney 2012 was a viral social media campaign launched by a nonprofit organization, Invisible Children, in March 2012. It aimed to galvanize global support for efforts to capture Joseph Kony. The campaign gained massive attention online, but also faced criticism for oversimplifying the complex situation and for some of its messaging strategies. While Kony himself remains at large, his group's influence has significantly diminished over the years. They never caught Kony, that's crazy. We will find him. Wasn't Kony 12 total slacktivism? Yep, many such cases, many such cases. People get carried away motivated by forces that may or may not benefit them, let alone the overwhelming global militarized forces that turn a blind eye to conflicts like so. Aye, Captain, aye. Yeah, I don't know. It is interesting how that just never really ever changes. Like, especially young people in college, they just want something to latch on to give them purpose. But they tend not to really ever do anything that makes any difference. With their boycotts and their hashtags. I don't know. You can bitch online all you want, but it's not going to stop a bullet. Watching People Magazine investigations, HBO Max helps me sleep, or the movie The Conjuring. You sleep to the movie The Conjuring? Interesting. You the man, dude. Just want to say thanks, love the channel. Thanks, David. Good to see you. Yeah, Kony went to 2012. Or, Kony went to Argentina. The Lord will find him. He's still looking too, it seems like. It was supposed to be a joyful day, just through... Okay. Aye, Captain. Guess what? What? College kids just want to find out who they are. They jump on something to see if it fits. Like your mom. True, true, true. You're my new dad now, I guess. It was supposed to be a joyful day, just 3 days before Christmas. Oops. It was supposed to be a joyful day, just 3 days before Christmas, with the streets buzzing with last-minute shoppers, and I'd finished work early and had decided to head down into town to grab a coffee and watch the skaters on the ice rink in George Square before heading home. The square is the absolute heart of Glasgow during the Christmas period and is alive with families and couples and groups of friends, all bundled up against the cold. And the air smelled of roasted chestnuts and mulled wine from nearby stalls, and as I walked, I was reminded of just how special that time of year can be. I turned onto Queen Street, walking in the direction of George Square as I kind of soaked up the festive atmosphere, and then it happened. Looking back on it, I think I noticed the bin lorry before most did. It seemed out of place, and something about the way it lumbered along just didn't seem right to me. It was veering ever so slightly and wasn't following the usual stop-start rhythm of city center traffic. Kitty, don't do that, man. It was veering ever so slightly. The cat's going fucking nuts. He wants attention so bad. Hey, Mary Angel Magdalene with another 10 gifters. My God. Thank you so much. Welcome, Debbie. Sensi. What's it say? Yvali Jacobson. Wesley Wyatt. Loch Nessie. Adriana Hudson, Samantha Scotton, Lacey, Jennifer Bowman, and Cold Coffee. Welcome, my friends, to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Be sure to thank our Holy Mother Mary and Angel Magdalene.
Mischievous dog. Mischievous dog.
It was veering ever so slightly and wasn't following the usual stop-start rhythm of city center traffic. At first, I thought maybe the driver was in a rush somewhere, or perhaps a wee bit over-eager to finish the day's work before his Christmas break. But then, it swerved. The lorry crossed over the curb, mounting the pavement, and that's when it all kicked off. The massive green monstrosity of a truck careened towards the crowds on Queen Street, leaving people with no time at all to react. Some froze in shock, others tried to run, pulling their kids along with them as they did, but the truck was moving too fast and moved too unpredictably, and they didn't stand a chance. I remember hearing a woman scream, my eyes darting toward her for a split second before they locked back onto the lorry. Damn it. Tis the squeezin'. Jackie Chan, yo, let's read. I'm in LA right now at the Sandbox office for award event. Was amazing. About to get some burgers with the bros, but I wanted to say hello. Hugs. Thank you, Jackie Chan. Have fun, my friend. I'm glad you're out there doing cool stuff. That's freaking awesome. Is it a Krampus pondering an orb? It certainly is. He be pondering. He be jorking it. Torpedo style. Ever tried mayonnaise with Pepsi? It's an old Slovakian recipe and it's delicious. I don't believe you for a second. Mayonnaise and Pepsi, Slovakian. Tis the sneezing. Yeah, thank you again, Mary. Appreciate you. By it, I mean my mayonnaise. I remember hearing a woman scream, my eyes darting toward her for a split second before they locked back on the lorry. I then gasped in horror as it smashed into street furniture, first a bench, then a row of bins, and it just kept going, completely unstoppable. Glass shattered as it clipped a shop window, and the sound of metal screeching against metal was near deafening. Panic spread like wildfire, and people shouted warnings, trying in vain to get innocent bystanders out of the way in time. At one point, I saw a young lad grab an elderly woman off the pavement just in time, and the lorry must have missed them by inches. Others weren't so fortunate. I then watched the lorry plow through a group of people, and I'll never forget the way their bodies bumped into each other, knocking each other over like bowling pins. Some people were hit so hard it took them right out of their shoes. And people kept screaming for the driver to stop, but it was like he couldn't hear us. The truck barreled through Queen Street, turning into George Square. My feet carried me forward, instinctively following, and I felt powerless, and I just needed to know what was happening. When I reached the square, the scene was like something from a nightmare. It was supposed to be a place of joy, with fairy lights and the giant Christmas trees standing in the center, and instead it was a scene of pure horror. After hitting a building, the lorry had finally stopped, but the damage had already been done. I saw a pram overturned near the Christmas market stalls, and a man knelt beside it as he checked on the child inside, and the baby was crying, and I remember feeling the small twinge of relief as I realized that it was still alive. People lay motion. You feel proud of yourself praying a full rosary last night. Yeah, what's the rosary? I didn't grow up Catholic or anything like that, so I've always been curious what that is. Mayonnaise. Mom's homemade mayonnaise. People lay motionless on the ground, bystanders kneeling next to them to give them CPR. Others shouted desperately into their phones for ambulances to come quicker. And I stood there, rooted to the spot, barely able to process what I was seeing. And then a man next to me said, "Bloody hell, it's like a war zone." And that's all I could do was agree. And there was this horrible mix of groans, screams, and sirens wailing in the distance. And I later learned that the driver had suffered some kind of medical emergency, a heart attack, or a blackout or something like that, and lost control of the lorry. At the time, though, no one knew, and the not knowing made it all the worse. I found myself looking at a woman who sat on the ground cradling another in her arms, and the woman in her lap wasn't moving. Her face was pale, her lips slightly parted as though she were about to speak, and the first woman, maybe her friend, sister, or stranger, rocked back and forth whispering, "It's gonna be okay." But I could tell that she feared the worst. Police arrived quickly, cordoning off the area and ushering the uninjured away, and they looked as shaken as we were, and so did the paramedics as they flooded the square and started loading people onto stretchers. It felt wrong to leave, but I wasn't helping by staying, so I moved to the edge of the square and stood beneath the massive Christmas tree until I was finally able to just leave. And in the days that followed, details trickled out slowly on the news. 6 people dead, and a lot were left with life-changing injuries. Glasgow was stunned, and tributes poured in for those that had lost their lives. Flowers and messages filled George Square. Oh yeah, did you see that they reopened the Notre Dame church or whatever? Was that where is that, in France? Did we request too late of a start time, Joel? Why, what do you mean? What happened? It's like 70 consecutive prayers. I don't really get it though, like, are the prayers really saying anything that you're honestly thinking if you don't actually say what you're honestly thinking? Or is it just kind of like saying words in a repetitious way? It's a meditation aid. Oh, okay. But is it just to like get your mind in a sort of state of like a meditative state? And if that's the case, what does that mean? You know, wouldn't it make more sense to pray like you're communicating directly with God or something? Like, God, please get me an Xbox, or Santa Claus, thank you. Not saying you have to say that, but you know what I mean. Basically clearing your mind where it's nothing but the prayer. But is the prayer saying anything if your mind is clear? And it's just repetitious words? Not to put it down or anything, I'm just curious. Friends of recovering Catholics, you may find satisfaction or peace in channels like parasitic pillars or Shamanian? Friends of recovering Catholic. Oh, like they left Catholicism? Communicating directly with God is a Calvinism concept. Oh, okay, so it's not a Catholic thing? I don't get it though. How do you... Wasn't that the whole point of Jesus though, is to like not have to rely on some sort of religious leader to like intercede for you or whatever? To sort of like break the... Because isn't that what happened with the church or what was... Not the church, but like the synagogue? Or like that Temple Mount or something was destroyed, or like the veil was split in half. I forget what it was. When I was a little kid, my grandma had my sister and I repeat the rosary before bed, my little head nodding off. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised for kids, because like if you're just like saying words, it's like, what does it even mean? Just like a prayer, you know, I'll take you there. I'll take you there. I think that's what I always found slightly interesting about Catholicism, is that the rituals reminded me so much of like, you know, the Pharisees of Jesus' time, who were more focused on the ritual and the laws rather than like, you know, commune with God or relationship with God or whatever it is. Because even as like, you know, a lot of times in like the Bible and like the characters therein in the New Testament with like the Gospels with Jesus, it seemed like Jesus was praying a lot. And, you know, when you look at like him praying directly in the Garden of Gethsemane or whatever it is, like before he was crucified, it seemed like he was communing directly with God to be like, please spare me of this or whatever. And he was like sweating blood and stuff because he was so nervous. But I mean, isn't his whole point is that like what he was doing is how you're supposed to act or whatever, and therefore his prayers directly to God is how you should pray, and not just like ritualistic actions. Not to, once again, not to put it down, it's just like, Amen. And the Catholic Church canonized the Bible to extent providing a Bible for ingestion of humanity. I guess that's true with like the Council of Nicaea or whatever it is. So I guess whatever it is, modern Christianity essentially originated from there. The only time I remember praying the whole rosary before was driving alone with my mom on a trip from Texas, Louisiana. It was nighttime. Well, you know what? I feel like I'm not getting a good vibe or an appreciation for what that is, so let me just ask ChatGPT. What is the rosary prayer? Because I just, you know, I'm just curious, honestly. The rosary is a form of prayer used in the Catholic Church to meditate on the life of Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary. That's one thing that's also very, very Catholic, is this sort of like focal point on the Virgin Mary, you know, because like when you read the Bible, it's like Mary's not really like a central figure. It seems to be like something that like was added later, more just like through tradition, even though it's like her part was important, you know. It all seems to focus around Jesus, so it just seems odd to like kind of commune with her or whatever. It involves the repetition of specific prayers while reflecting on key events or mysteries from the lives of Jesus and Mary. The rosary consists of a series of prayers traditionally recited in the following order: sign of the cross, beginning by making a sign of the cross, saying the Apostles' Creed. The Our Father prayer, pray one Our Father, also known as the Lord's Prayer. 3 Hail Marys, recite 3 Hail Mary prayers traditionally for an increase in faith, hope, and charity. Glory be, say the Glory be prayer. The decades. The main body of the rosary is divided into 5 decades. Each decade consists of 1 Our Father, 10 Hail Marys, 1 glory. So it's like a recipe for for communing with God, which I can't say that I don't know, that sounds like a bit much for me. You know what I mean? I don't want to find God through Etsy, you know what I'm saying? Joel, do you know of Jay Dyer? If so, what do you think of him? I don't know who that is. Let's take a peek. Jay Dyer. Images. I don't recognize this gentleman. Told the stylist in the trailer, give me the Manson. No, I'm not familiar with this guy. Jesus, can I get a membership? I was in a dark place last night. It felt good afterwards. Yeah, and that's good too if it helps you, you know. It's whatever. More for me, it's like having grown up not Catholic. It's more just like a curiosity that has always fascinated me, because I've gone to like Catholic Mass with like a friend a few times, and like, dude, I don't know what the fuck it was. Well, first off, it's really boring, which is fine. Like, I mean, I understand like communing with God isn't, well, I don't know. Maybe it is supposed to be exciting. It's like you're connecting with like the creator of the universe. Does it have to be like the most boring shit ever? Probably not, right? And then another church I went to, my friend specifically told me that I shouldn't go up and take communion. I'm like, what does it fucking matter? Like, I take communion in my other church. Why can't I do it here? He's like, well, you're not, you know, officially a Catholic. And it's like, who cares? And then I go up there and I remember taking it and like kind of making a joke with the guy, and he just like looked at me like, "You're gonna get us killed. Stop talking. Stop talking." You know, and he's just like very, I don't know. And then the other one I went to, which was like down south, which was kind of interesting, seeing like a southern Catholic church. And I just remember the guy, the priest, was trying like his hardest in the weirdest way possible to like guilt trip, trying to like guilt trip people into like donating and stuff to the church, which was just like so awkward. It was just like the absolute worst energy, the absolute like complete opposing spiritual concepts in my mind as to what like Jesus would ever like say to people. Just very odd. Skrilla, thank you for the 5 gifters to Janny NM, Saint Lashin the Dawn. I can't read that one. Sis, what does it say? Missy Gall. The text isn't showing up. Kane M20 and Elizabeth Bielek. Thank you, Skrilla. You guys all have access to bonus content now. Have I been baptized? If not, you aren't allowed communion. I was baptized in like a church that wasn't Catholic, but have you heard of Nick Fuentes? Yeah, he's young, isn't he? Like a young conservative gentleman who's been banned from all like YouTube and stuff. Jesus never meant for guilt to be used as a weapon in church. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that I felt was very abstract, because there were so many examples when Jesus went around to like the Pharisees, and anytime they would like say like, hey, that's not the rules. That's not the rules, Jesus. You're not supposed to do that. And he would be like, shut the fuck up, losers. You don't know what you're talking about, you know? And then he would correct them in some cool way and then move on. And I kind of felt like that's just the vibe that I get from Catholic Church sometimes, is there's so many silly rules that make no sense. Simpson, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. And Paradiddle, welcome back for 2 months. Thank you, thank you. A little plump-lipped young pale boy befriends a priest, gets baptized, didn't like it too much, then got buried in a field. What are you talking about? The tradition of the elders, based on the Talmud, not the Torah scriptures, has had replaces personal relationship with the Creator with liturgy. Wouldn't the Talmud be Jewish, though? Which is like sort of like the not necessarily reformation of like Orthodox Judaism, but like how long does the Talmud come after Christianity? Is it like before Islam, or is it after Islam? In like the timeline of like Abrahamic group religions. Skrilla, thank you and welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. Talmud is legal arguments inspired by the Torah. Right, but it's like it's kind of like they have to like, since the Temple Mount or whatever the temple was destroyed or something, they had to like make sense of the scriptures at that point. So it's like a bunch of commentary written around the outside or something that's like very much different from the original Judaism or whatever. Well, as an actual collected series of works, the Talmud was from the Middle Ages. Oh, like when they like canonized it or something? That's tough, man, you know, because it's just like, what the fuck is anything? It's just it's like, you know, whatever Islam started out as, it's obviously changed into so many variations. Whatever Christianity started out as, it's changed. Whenever Judaism started, you know, it's like, and there's just so much variation and change. It's like, how do you even find like the core message that you can like equate to like the final truth, you know? Because it seems like it's different generation after generation. Yeah, Islam was interesting because, yeah, wasn't it from like 400 to 600s or whatever? And like the guy Muhammad started off as like a religious teacher, saying that he was inspired by like Gabriel the angel, which is kind of similar to Mormonism later on or something. Didn't they reference like Gabriel? Maybe they used a different angel, But then later he became like a war general, and like a lot of expansion of Islam came through that. I mean, a lot of expansion, I guess, of most religions came through conquest. In the Crusades, thou shalt not kill. Yeah, you know, definitely a bad representation of the core message, I suppose. But in the same way, too, like with Mormonism, like the original Mormons were very like expansionist and violent in their history as well. Shaking your head? What are you shaking your head about, Softy? Yeah, if there's anything that I say that's like disagreeable, I mean, you gotta like say what it is. You can't just like say you're upset and then disappear. Waiting for the top 10 scariest Fortnite stories. They're coming, don't you worry. They just haven't happened yet. I gotta get one more victory royale. Muhammad was Crusades was sent to stop the spread of Islam. Islam was destroyed. I mean, yeah, everybody was warring, you know. And I understand sometimes people like construe most of these things with like religious ideas of modernity. So they think it's like, you know, offensive to like disagree with it in the past. But we know that religion was used in many ways to like organize people and spread through war and conquest and control people. So it's really not that bad to just sit there and say that that's like the typical progress of human expansionism. It's like you can sit there and take a group of people over, but unless you like fill their heads with like thoughts and ideas, you're not going to like maintain control of them, you know, unless you can control them within their own heart. I've been Muslim for a while, and it's pretty much a continuation of other religions, meaning the message Muhammad isn't anything new. He forbid what other have before. I was just more curious about like his life, because from what I was reading on, and this was on ChatGPT, it was like saying that he started out as like a religious leader, but then kind of expanded in his later life to a war general. And then I guess there were many like deviations from like his sons and family as far as their like overall beliefs related to Islam or something. You know nothing about Mormons. Yeah, I guess not. I mean, what, like saying that doesn't really help anything though. I mean, you can do the correcting part if you want, instead of just being upset and seething for no fucking reason. Religions had a long time to settle in and cement themselves within our history. Centuries and centuries of religion were passed over the years. That's why it's all still, yeah, I mean, it's taken, I mean, humans are just like naturally inclined towards like a religious perspective. I mean, we grasp onto something. If you told me an hour ago I'd be painting cosplay armor while listening and interacting in a conversation about religion, I probably wouldn't believe you. Yeah, we all have something fun to do. When you read about Joseph Smith, he kind of strikes me as an early version of David Koresh. He tried to tell his family he could find gold, then he tried to marry the daughter who was super... Yeah, I don't quite know it all. At all. I don't know any of it. It's just like stuff that I hear. And you kind of try to like have some degree of like piecing together history, but it's all just hearsay and bimbledy-boop most of the time. Science is a religion in its own right when government funding controls the narratives. I agree, you know. If you can't see the parallels between like religious, you know, psychology and political psychology and the integration of all facets of like, you know, human communication, you know, science is more or less just like grammar and words and putting labels on things, and then as soon as you integrate that directly into politics, it becomes borderline religious, where people can't seem to differentiate realities based on, you know, party lines or whatever, and then they just get taken away with it. take me to Snurch? Flowers and messages filling George Square, and a vigil gathered to pay their respects. The crowd was made up of survivors, bystanders, and well-wishers, all sharing their stories, all trying to make sense of what was impossible to make sense of. And for weeks afterwards, I couldn't stop replaying the scene in my head. I kept thinking about the young couple that I'd seen earlier, laughing together as they walked hand in hand down Queen Street. Were they okay? Had they made it out unscathed? And what about the woman with the pram? And I still find myself asking those questions sometimes. Even now, years later, I still make an effort to avoid George Square around Christmas time if possible. The city came together in the aftermath, as Glasgow always does, with a spirit of resilience and community. But the scars remain, and for those of us who were there, the 22nd of December will never be just another day. Alright, let's figure this out. What was the questions we wanted to ask? Let's start with Mormonism. Was Mormonism ever expansionist in a military sense during the life of Joseph Smith? Mormonism, formerly known as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, under the leadership of Joseph Smith, was not explicitly expansionist in a traditional military sense. However, during Smith's lifetime, 1805 to 1844, the church and its members often found themselves in conflict with surrounding communities, leading to significant defensive and quasi-military actions. Here are the key points. Formation of the Nauvoo Legion. In 1840, the Illinois state legislature granted the Mormons a charter to form the Nauvoo Legion, a state-sanctioned militia in Nauvoo, Illinois, where the LDS Church had a significant settlement. While nominally under the state's authority, it was effectively controlled by the Church and Joseph Smith, who served as its lieutenant general. The Nauvoo Legion was primarily defensive, aiming to protect the Mormon community from external threats as they faced persecution and mob violence. Conflicts in Missouri, the Mormons' growing numbers and unique religious and social practices led to tension with other settlers in Missouri during the 1830s. The 1838 Mormon War in Missouri was a series of violent skirmishes between Mormons and non-Mormon settlers. Joseph Smith and his followers defended themselves, but were eventually expelled from Missouri under an extermination order issued by Governor Lilburn Boggs, who declared the Mormons should be exterminated or driven from the state. Zion's Camp. In 1834, Joseph Smith led Zion's Camp, a group of armed Mormon volunteers, to Missouri to help displaced members reclaim. In 1834, Joseph Smith led Zion's Camp, a group of armed Mormon volunteers, to Missouri to help displaced members reclaim their lands in Jackson County. Though intended as a peaceful expedition, the presence of an armed group heightened tensions, and the campaign did not achieve its objective. Was it expansionist? The LDS Church was unquestionably expansionist in a spiritual sense, as it sought to establish Zion, a utopian society, and gathered converts from the United States and Europe. Joseph Smith declared himself as a candidate for the U.S. presidency in 1844, advocating for political reforms. He also introduced the idea of, theodemocracy, blending religious and civil governance, which some saw as a challenge to existing political structures. Localist conflicts. While conflicts arose from efforts to establish settlements, they were not parts of a concerted effort to expand territory by force. Rather, they were defensive reactions to persecution and expulsion. Interesting. Yeah. Would you consider that, Joel, a weekly gaming stream? I definitely want to stream games on Saturdays and stuff. I just I get to Saturday and it's this weird moment of not really knowing what I should play. You know what I mean? David Duke. I'm not familiar with him. Isn't he like a clan leader or something like that? Or like an ex-clan leader? You collapse on Saturday. Yeah, I go back into my cryo chamber. David Dookie. David Dookied in my pants. Was a Clinton mentor. I do remember hearing that, like, Hillary Clinton, like David Duke, she like said he was like his or her mentor, which was really, well, actually, let's you know, we'll see if ChatGPT has it. Was David Duke a mentor to Hillary Clinton? Question mark. No, David Duke, a former Ku Klux Klan leader, was not a mentor to Hillary Clinton. This claim is entirely false and has no basis in historical fact. Oh, okay. David Duke's background. Duke is a controversial figure known for his white supremacist views and involvement in the Klan. He has been involved in politics, but his ideology is starkly opposed to the principles of diversity and inclusivity championed by Hillary Clinton. Clinton, a prominent Democrat, has long advocated for civil rights, women's rights, and equality through her policies, positions, and rhetoric stand in direct opposition. False claims and misinformation over the years, conspiracy theories, and disinformation campaigns have been tried to falsely link political figures to controversial individuals. The idea of David Duke being Hillary Clinton's mentor is likely one such baseless claim circulated to discredit her. I don't know. Also, it's really weird, the responses that like ChatGPT 5 has been giving now, they seem so like short compared to what it gave in 4. But I'm trying to like ponder like what are their reasonings for saying she was associated with him. I mean, isn't it weird? I started my first day of volunteering at a kiddie shelter this Saturday. Oh, that's fun. Let's go. There's no credible evidence, widely recognized reasoning suggests that Hillary Clinton was ever associated with or mentored by David. Hillary Clinton's stance throughout her political career. Clinton has consistently condemned white supremacists. Yes. David Duke's position. Well, it's not about their positions, but like, were they associated? Potential sources of misinformation, campaigns, and conspiracy theories often fabricate associate. Well, all right. How much do I weigh? Exclamation point. Do y'all think lean give you rap superpowers? Who is my mentor? I don't have one, honestly. Like, sometimes I wish I kind of had some degree of mentor. I think my mentor is Hillary Clinton, though. I'm gonna text her and see if she'll show me how to start a foundation. Hillary Clinton loves Margaret Sanger. Joel just plays games the big creators play. Queso is Gamer of the Year. He plays a lot of creepy games. That's kind of your brand. True. Yeah, I'll have to just like play random creepy games and just see what happens. It's just like sometimes like there's ones that I like specifically think would be cool. There's a paid version of ChatGPT if it's great. Well, I don't know. It's just like even like normally. Well, you know what? Let's go back to the old one. I'm gonna go back to this old ChatGPT and just see if it gives a different answer. Like, because like the old one seemed to. Okay, no. All right. Where was the association generated from? I'm just confused why that like can spread so far if it's just like not like there's David Duke's comments. Okay, so this is something different. David Duke has at times commented on various politicians, including Hillary Clinton, in the context of his far-right ideology. For instance, he has criticized her or linked her to a broader theories about global politics. However, there are unilateral claims and not evidence of any relationship or endorsement. In a highly polarized political environment, some individuals or groups may attempt to link a mainstream political figure to a controversial extremist figure like Duke to damage their reputation. Guilt by association tactics. These tactics may involve pointing. All right. Yeah. I mean, if there's no like association, I don't really know where it would have began then. Sorry. I figured they would have like at least given you like some direction of like, well, it may have been stated that they were at this summer camp together and used to hula hoop on the weekends or some shit. Hey Joe, if you think you decide to start streaming games, you should play The Mouthwashing. It's a great game with a story right down your alley. Okay. Yeah, you guys gave me some suggestions for some stuff before, so we'll write that down right quick. Like, it's not that my PC sucks, it's just I worry sometimes streaming that, like, if it's like a high-end game, that my PC's, like, frame rate might not keep up with it, so if the mouthwashing or, like, other more, like, indie-style games are able to do it, that'd be better. Robert Bird? She called a mentor. Who the hell is Robert Bird? Now I'm kind of lazy and I don't feel like looking stuff up, but you can fill me in. I don't have to look it up on Chat BBC. Just let me know your thoughts. I wonder what Hillary Clinton even does now. I mean, is she still like a politician, or is like what's her like day to day as a person? Does she just kind of like monitor other politicians or something? It was Christmas Eve in oh shit. Calumet, Michigan. Make sure I'm saying this right. She lives in the woods. Nice. Calumet. Okay. Calumet. Okay. She gives speeches for millions. See, that's the way to do it. How do I get that? 10,000 a plate. You want me to adopt you? Dude, I don't know if I could afford it, honestly. What do I have to feed you to? All 471 of you. It was Christmas Eve in Calumet, Michigan, and though times were hard, there was a buzz of excitement in the air. For the miners and their families, this holiday gathering at the Italian Hall was a chance to escape the struggles of daily life, if only for a few hours. The strike had been dragging on for months, and tensions with the mining companies were high. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna head out, Joe. I'll listen to you when it doze off in the morning. Always glad to see you. Good to see you too, Skrilla. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate that. Striker Dragon. The strike had been dragging on for months, and tensions with the mining companies were high. Most of the men hadn't worked in weeks and money was tight, but the Women's Auxiliary of the Western Federation of Miners had worked tirelessly to organize the party. They wanted to make sure the children had a reason to smile, even in the midst of such hardship. I arrived early with my sister Anna and her two little ones, Sophie and Peter. Sophie, who was just 5, clung to her mother's hand, and her eyes were wide, lighting up at the sight of the Christmas tree in the hall. And it was a very grand tree, tall and sparkling with ornaments, standing in the corner of the large upstairs room where the party was held. The children's laughter filled that space, mingling with the hum of conversation and the melodies of carols played on a small upright piano. The hall was packed, the wooden floor creaking under the weight of so many feet. Families crowded in, bundled in heavy coats and scarves, and their cheeks pink from the cold. What got me into this? I just wanted to start a YouTube channel, you know what I mean? Volunteers handed out candy and... Wait, oops, I missed the fucking... The halls were packed, the wooden floor creaking under the weight of so many feet, and families crowded in, bundled in heavy coats and scarves, and their feet... God damn it. Like... Do they play drill rap in church? Usually. You gotta sing along. A fun tun tun tun. A fun tun. A fun tun din dun. Yeah. Long line of storytellers, yeah. The hall was packed, the wooden floor creaking under the weight of so many feet, and families crowded in, bundled in heavy coats and scarves, and their cheeks pink from the cold. Volunteers handed out candy and small gifts, little dolls, tin soldiers, and sweets wrapped in paper, and for many of those children it was only the God damn it. For many of these children, it was the only Christmas gift they would receive that year, and I remember watching Sophie and Peter join the other children near the tree, and their faces alight with joy as they danced and played. And I stood near the back with Anima. God fucking damn it, I just am not on tonight. I don't know. You want Pradeep? Where is he? I don't know. Oh. He's at my feet, I just realized. You ever try CBD? I think I've tried it in the past. Kinda got a little bit of a chill vibe from it, but I haven't really used it much. Oh, man. I stood near the back with Anna, sipping hot coffee from a tin cup, and my hands were very grateful for the warmth. The smell of pine mingled with the scent of damp wool coats and the faint aroma of food from the kitchen downstairs. And then it happened. It started with a voice, very sharp and urgent, cutting through the music and chatter. Fire, fire. And for a moment everything froze. The music stopped and silence fell over the crowd. And then, like a match struck in a dry forest, panic ignited. People screamed and the room seemed to shift all at once as the crowd surged toward the exit. I could see the stairs from where I stood, a single narrow flight leading down. God damn it, I don't know why. What do you even call this? What is it, a conjunction sentence? Is it a schmunction sentence? Something about it, I just can't follow it. I just can't do it. Can't do it. It's not good at it. It's I think the sentence is going to end or something, and then it just jumps and shifts and smiths and lifts. I could see the stairs from where I stood, a single narrow flight leading down the It's not necessarily a run-on. I mean, it's not a run-on. God damn it, what is it called? Let me just copy and paste and ask what the fuck's this called. Hey computer, tell me everything about everything. Compound sentence that includes main clause and a part participle, or what is it? Participial. How the fuck do you say that? Participial phrase. Participial. Am I saying that right? Am I dumb? Participial clauses. Okay. Tell us about Hillary. I don't know. It was just, I looked that up because it was just something I've always been curious, because you see that pop up where it's like, Hillary Clinton loves David Duke, and you're like, what? Really? Like, you think if she did, you think it would be like something that would be, I don't know, her opponents or whatever would like talk about more frequently or something. But it appears that there's no info on it. Conjunction junction. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday. I wish, dude. I wish. I whoosh. The Aussie has returned. Welcome, welcome. I could see the stairs from where I stood, a single narrow flight leading down to the street, and it was the only way out. Anna grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear, and we pushed our way forward, struggling against the tide of bodies. People shouted and shoved, their faces wild with terror, and I tried to stay calm, to tell myself it couldn't be true. There was no smell of smoke, no heat, no sign of fire. But the fear in the room was real, and it was spreading like wildfire. Sophie and Peter were near the tree when the panic started, but by the time we reached them, they were crying, clutching each other tightly. Anna scooped up Sophie, and I grabbed Peter's hand, pulling him close as we turned toward the exit. The stairs were at a bottleneck, a mass of people crammed into the narrow space, all trying to escape at once. From where I stood, I could see the From where I stood, I could see all the bodies piling up. Oh my god, oh my fucking god. I see the words, and I just feel like I'm objectively getting fucking worse at reading as the years go on. It's quite lame. Maybe I've always just been this bad. What's that clicking sound? Is that Pradeep knocking things over? Do you guys hear a clicking sound? I don't hear a clicking sound. No, it's Hillary. She's here. Whenever I make a mistake, or when I used to make a mistake in school while reading, I used to just like flip my desk. Fuck school! This shit lame as fuck! Fuck school! There was like a Vine. I don't know what it was. It was like this dude. He was like in the library, and he was like head like leaned against his hand. He's staring at a book, and he's just like starts to growl like, and then like slams the book together and just like, fuck school! This shit's lame as fuck! I wonder if I could find that's just so. That was such a fucking classic to me, because it was like something that I wanted to do all the time. Fuck school Vine. Yeah, this one, dude. Listen to this shit, dude. So funny.
Fuck school! Fuck all this bullshit! What the fuck? Fuck!
Just just in the library, like attempting to read a book. It's just starts to growl. I'm just like, hell yeah.
Fuck school! Fuck all this bullshit! What the fuck?
Fuck school! Fuck all this bullshit! What the like, just like looking around at everyone and just like the sheer confusion. Like, Why are we doing this? Why are we fucking reading these books?
Fuck school! Fuck all this bullshit! What the fuck? The fuck?
There's like nothing more human in my mind than that moment right there. Oh, fuck. Fuck school. Okay. That's what I say every time I read and hear. Oh, man. Like he's gonna start like a fucking riot. From where I stood, I could see the load of bodies piling up near the doorway. People fell, tripped, and were trampled underfoot, and the screams were deafening. A terrible chorus. Wait, chorus, what? Chorus. Am I dumb? I am dumb, dude. I'm losing cells. They're dripping out of my ears. I don't clean the earwax out of my ears because that's actually dead brain cells, and your body can recycle them if you just leave it in there. What's up, T-Dog? How we doing? But thank you, Curbs. Appreciate you. The screams were deafening, a terrible chorus of desperation and fear. I held onto Peter's hand with all my strength, terrified of losing him in the crowd. Anna was just ahead of me, her face pale as she clutched Sophie to her chest. We inched forward, stepped by agonizing... Oh my god. We inched forward, step by agonizing step, but the press of bodies was relentless. The air grew thick, not with... Fuck reading! Fuck all this bullshit, what the fuck? Fuck you too! Fuck all this bullshit, what the fuck? Warning, welcome back for 27 months. Yeehaw, 2 years and a quarter. Hell yeah, Warning, thank you. Just a singular book on a giant desk. Just so funny. My favorite Vine? Oh, fuck. I don't even know, honestly. I really don't even know. You'd have to like quote them in the thing, and if it came back to my brain, I'd be like, yeah, that's the one. I'll say that at the end, maybe. Fuck school. Fuck all this bullshit. What the fuck? Daddy, chill. Oh, that one's, yeah, definitely a classic. A whole bag of jelly beans. Want some jelly beans? I don't recall the whole bag of jelly beans. The screams were deafening, a terrible chorus of desperation and fear. I held onto Peter's hand with all my strength, terrified of losing him in the crowd. Anna was just ahead of me, her face pale as she clutched Sophie to her chest. We inched forward, step by agonizing step, but the press of bodies was relentless. The air grew thick, not with smoke, but with panic and the suffocating heat of so many people packed together. Somewhere in the chaos, I heard someone shout, "There's no fire, it's a false alarm." But it was too late. The fear had taken hold, and there was no stopping this tide. I don't know how long it took for us to reach the bottom of the stairs. It felt like hours, though it could only have been minutes. And by the time we stumbled out into the cold night air, my legs were trembling and Peter was crying so hard that he could barely breathe. Anna clutched Sophie tightly, her face streaked with tears, and the street outside was chaos. People milled about, shouting names and looking for loved ones. Some stood in shock, staring at the hall's doorway where bodies were still wedged together, a terrible human barricade that had blocked the exit. I could hear the anguished cries of those still trapped inside. It wasn't until later that we learned the truth. There had been no fire, no danger, only a cruel prank. Someone, perhaps an agent of the mining companies, had shouted fire to create panic, knowing full well the chaos that it would cause. And the narrow stairway had become this death trap, and by the time it was over, 73 people were dead, most of them children. In the days that followed, grief was unbearable. The grief. Four by four. 4 times 4 equals 16. Don't make me drop my croissant. It's corn. I don't remember corn. My name's Michael with the B. Wait. Where's the B? There's a B? Yeah. Maybe I didn't watch enough Vines. Oh yeah, where are my berries? My berries. Isn't it weird? It's like, how old would, like, those people would have been in their like early 20s, right, at that time, and now they're in their like 30s. And it's just always really funny that like the funny, like, there's just always like a new wave of like funny people to like appear out of nowhere, and they're always like 20 or 21 or some shit like that, you know? I feel like that must be like where people's minds sort of peak in comedic genius or something, like 20 to 21, or at least there's like a big expansion of the mind in some way to be as funny as possible. Or maybe I just like poop humor too much. In the days that followed, the grief was unbearable. Funerals were held one after another, a grim procession of caskets too small to comprehend. The community was shattered, and our collective heart broken by the senselessness of it all. I think about that night often, about the faces of the children who didn't make it out, their laughter silenced forever. I think about the cruel hand that caused it and the lives that it destroyed, and I think about Sophie and Peter, how close we came to losing them and how fragile life can be. The Italian hall is gone now, torn down years later, but the memory remains. A simple archway stands in its place, a stark reminder of that terrible night. Every Christmas Eve I light a candle for those we lost, and I hold my family close, grateful for every moment we have together. Oh my God, I forgot to say this. Call you may. Call you may. Calumet, okay. Calumet will never forget that night, and neither will I. Alright, we got 2 more here. Some pretty depressing stories tonight. Oh yeah, Watermelon. Oh my God, yeah, the Watermelon guy was definitely one of my favorites. Watermelon. And that was honestly the start of just like short form content and like brain rot shit. I mean, obviously you had like YouTube poop videos and all that kind of stuff. Obama, you know, within YouTube, but at least it was like you had to sit and watch the whole thing. Back then, that's what started the whole like 7-second content. It is kind of crazy. I'm glad that I don't have to like think of content that catches people's attention in like such a short period of time. Oh yeah, you're lesbian? I thought you were American. Lesbola. Almost make me drop my croissant. Christmas morning in Nashville was supposed to be quiet. I had been looking forward to a slow start to the day, sipping coffee while the rest of the city still slept off the festivities of Christmas Eve. Living downtown had its perks. Broadway, with its honky-tonks and neon lights, was just a few blocks away, but mornings were usually peaceful, and that was until the chaos began. I woke up at around 5:38. I woke up at around 5:30 a.m., startled by a strange noise. It wasn't the usual hum of the city. It was a series of rapid pops, like gunfire, echoing down the street. At first, I thought maybe someone had a little too much to drink the night before and was setting off firecrackers, but something about the sound didn't sit right. It was sharper, louder, and more deliberate, and curiosity got the better of me. I threw on a coat over my pajamas and stepped out into the balcony of my second-story apartment, which overlooked Make a video just watching vines. Dude, I don't think I would ever, be a good reactionary content person. Oh, hey Stephanie, take care. Good to see you. Adios. I thought this was a normal video, clicked and walked away, and I heard, watermelon. That's funny. I threw on a coat over my pajamas and stepped out onto the balcony of my second-story apartment, which overlooks 2nd Avenue North. The street was quiet, unusually so, and the crisp morning air carried a sort of eerie stillness. And then I saw it. A large white recreational vehicle parked in the middle of the street right outside the AT&T building. The RV looked out of place, and it was an older model, not the type of vehicle you'd expect to see downtown, especially on Christmas morning. But what struck me even more was the sound coming from it. A recorded voice echoed through the fresh avocado. Oh yeah, I remember the one where it's like, avocado, thanks. That's like one of my favorites. It's like a little kid getting an avocado for a gift, and he's just like, thanks, and sets it off to the side. It's the good kush. This is the dollar store. How good could it be? Yeah, accessing the vine section of the brain. It was weird though, do you remember Twitter? I'm fairly certain that Twitter, or what company bought Vine? I'm fairly certain that Twitter had bought all the data or something from Vine, and maybe that's all it was just data. But yeah, I don't know. ChatGPT thinks you're a genius. Why is that? Why is that? Where am I from? Pencil Turkey. You don't know? Good to know. It's gonna recruit you. But what struck me even more was the sound coming from it. A recorded voice echoed through the street, calm and robotic, repeating the same message over and over. This area must be evacuated now. This area must be evacuated now. And I froze, my breath visible in the cold air, and it felt surreal, like something out of a movie. A warning? On Christmas morning. A few other neighbors had come out onto their balconies or peered through their windows, and their faces as confused as mine. One man down the street stepped outside and shouted toward the RV, but the voice continued its loop, unbothered. Minutes later, the messages changed. The same monotone voice announced, "This vehicle will explode in 15 minutes. This vehicle will explode in 15 minutes." And my heart dropped. This wasn't a prank or some bizarre holiday stunt. This was serious. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, but the line was already flooded, and I could hear sirens in the distance growing louder. Panic started to set in, and I ran back inside, shaking my roommate awake, telling her that we had to go, grabbing my keys and throwing on shoes. She was groggy, confused, but the urgency in my voice snapped her into action, and we rushed down the stairs and out the back of the building, joining a small crowd of people already gathering in the alley behind our complex. The police were arriving now, their blue and red lights cutting through the dim morning light, and the officers shouted for people to move further back, urging everyone to clear the area. I remember looking over my shoulder and seeing one ossifer. What's up, May? How we doing? Damn, Daniel. Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does. History quiz, Joel. What happened December 7th, 1941 without cheating? Well, I believe you're thinking of Pearl Harbor, but that would be December 6th, wouldn't it? Or am I dumb? Joel's Jesse impression of the night.
Down at the bar. If I'm thinking correctly, December 7th, 1941. Did we get the days wrong or what? What's the deal with that? Jared, can you please read page 23? No, I cannot. What up? I'm Jared. I'm 19 and I never learned how to fucking read.
Wait, okay. What? Now we're gonna look it up because I thought it was December 6th was Pearl Harbor, not December 7th. In which case, the quiz would be incorrect. Yeah, so it was December 6th, 1941. Just before 8 a.m., the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. My grandfather legit was bombed. The next day, they hit the Philippines. What happened December 7th? The attack. Surprise strike early on Sunday morning. The Imperial Japanese Navy surprise military strike on the U.S. Naval Base Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. The attack began as... Wait. Oh, wait. Was the day before. Oh, you're right. Okay, I apologize. Yeah, December 6th was the day before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, which led to the United States. The Japanese strike force tasked with attacking Pearl Harbor was already en route in Pacific, preparing for the surprise assault on... Okay, so... December... Dude, I swear to God, like, in school it was always December 6th, 1941, December 6th, December 6th. I swear, dude, that was Pearl Harbor, and then I guess it's December 7th. Dude, I got Mandela infected. Damn. All I remember is Cuba Gooding Jr. shooting down some planes. U.S.'s response. The attack galvanized American public opinion and ended isolationist sentiment. On December 8th, 1941, President Franklin D. Roosevelt delivered his famous infamy speech and called for a declaration of war against Japan, which Congress overwhelmingly approved. Germany and Italy, allied with Japan as part of the Axis powers, declared war on the United States on December 11th, 1941, prompting the U.S. to fully enter World War II on both the Pacific and European fronts. Jesus Christ, dude. I know so many people like look back on like World War II with this like sort of sense of pride, but it's like, I don't know. Just imagine like nowadays getting dragged into some stupid fucking war and being like, God damn it, I gotta go die. We gotta die tomorrow. The good old days, yeah. My grandfather held a grudge against the Japanese, hated the tourists. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They're just a product of a different time. I mean, and I'm sure... I mean, well, you know what? That's one thing in school we didn't learn a bit too much about, but it's like, what was the history and context of the Japanese internment camps? Because you always hear that and people reference it, but you never really get like a full vibe of it. A full vibe. Pre-war and anti-Asian sentiment, anti-Japanese sentiment in the U.S. began decades before World War II, fueled by the arrival of Japanese immigrants in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Laws like the 1907 Gentlemen's Agreement and the Immigration Act of 1924 severely limited Japanese immigration. Japanese Americans, particularly on the West Coast, faced discrimination, land ownership restrictions, and economic barriers. Despite discrimination, many Japanese immigrants and their descendants, Issei and Nisei, succeeded in farming and small businesses, leading to resentment among white communities. Pearl Harbor and war hysteria after the attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, fear of Japanese espionage and sabotage surged. Military and political leaders, citing unsubstantiated claims, warned that Japanese Americans could aid Japan in the invasion of the U.S. West Coast. Executive Order... Okay, so here we go. Executive Order 9066. Execute Order 66. February 19th, 1942, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, authorizing the military to designate exclusion zones and remove individuals deemed security risks. This led to the forced relocation and incarceration of approximately 120,000 Japanese Americans, most of whom lived on the West Coast. That's nuts, dude. Internment camps, relocation, families were given as little as 48 hours to sell or abandon their homes, businesses, and possessions. They were transported to temporary assembly centers, often located at racetracks and fairgrounds, before being sent to more prominent or permanent internment camps. Conditions in the camps. Internment camps, euphemistically called relocation centers, were located in remote areas such as deserts and swamps. Conditions were harsh, with inadequate housing, extreme weather, and a lack of privacy. Internees lived under constant surveillance and movement was restricted. Notable camps: the Manzanar, California; Toll Lake, California; Minidoka, Idaho; Hart Mountain, Wyoming; Poston, Arizona. Impact of Japanese American loss of property. Japanese American estimated a loss of $400 million, equivalent to billions today, in property and businesses, most of which were never recovered. Social and psychological effects. Many internees faced stigma even after the war and struggled to rebuild their lives. The trauma of incarceration left lasting effects on the Japanese American community. Despite the injustice, some Japanese Americans, including those from the camps, volunteered or were drafted into the U.S. military, notably serving in the highly decorated 442nd Regimental Combat Team. Court cases. Japanese Americans challenged the internment in court, but key cases like Korematsu versus United States 1944 upheld the government's actions at the time. Civil rights movement and apology. In the decades following the war, activists worked to raise awareness of the injustice. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed the Civil Liberties Act, officially apologizing for the internment and providing $20,000 in reparations to surviving internees. Wait, when were they freed? Question mark. End of martial law in Hawaii, 1944. In Hawaii, where a large percentage of population was Japanese American, internment was more limited due to their importance to the economy. Martial law was lifted in 1944 and wow, for 2 fucking years, dude. They just and beyond. Supreme Court decision, 1944 December. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled ex parte endo that loyal citizens of Japanese ancestry could not be detained indefinitely. This effectively ended the legal justification for internment. On the same day, the court upheld the general constitutionality of the internment in Korematsu versus United States, a controversial decision. Huh, that's weird. Why would they, that's weird. Following the ex parte endo decision, the U.S. government announced that internment camps would close. Camps began shutting down in early 1945, with most internees freed by the end of that year. Holy shit. The final camp, Toll Lake Segregation Center, closed in March 1946. Jesus, some of these dudes are stuck in there for fucking 5 years. Returning home, many Japanese Americans returned to their homes and businesses seized or destroyed. Some communities openly opposed their return, subjecting them to racism and hostility. With little to no compensation for their losses, many internees face financial struggles as they try to rebuild their lives. Crazy. Well, it's good to know. It's like something you kind of like miss those details about the war, but for 5 fucking years we kept people in prisons for no reason. Look at what happened to the prisoners the Japanese took from the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. Most of them died. Yeah, I mean, like, the Japanese did some pretty fucked up shit during World War II as well. What was it, Unit 733 and... What was it? Unit 733 or 731 or something like that? We read about it on the channel. Just did all these, like, weird experiments to, like, Chinese people, but, like, didn't actually collect any of the data. They just did it for sadistic reasons, and it was very weird. And we nuked them. Yeah, I guess we did nuke them, didn't we? I remember looking over my shoulder and seeing one officer running door to door, pounding on them, yelling for residents to evacuate. The recorded warning was still playing. It was unnerving, that calm, robotic tone juxtaposed against the rising panic in the streets. 10 minutes, it said. And we were several blocks away when it happened. And at precisely 6:30 a.m., the RV exploded. And the blast was deafening, this thunderous roar that shook the ground beneath us, and I remember ducking instinctively, covering my head as a massive fireball lit up in the sky. The shockwave hit seconds later, rattling windows and setting off car alarms for blocks. And when I looked up, a thick plume of black smoke was rising from where the RV had been. It twisted into the sky like some terrible omen, darkening the already overcast morning. Pieces of debris rained down, and this terrible smell of burning metal and chemical. It twisted into the sky like some terrible omen, darkening the already overcast morning. Pieces of debris rained down, and this terrible smell of burning metal. God damn it. God damn it. Pieces of debris rained down, and this terrible smell of burning metal and chemicals filled the air. The crowd around me was stunned into silence. Some people were crying, others clutched their phones, frantically calling loved ones, and the man nearby muttered, "Oh my God," over and over again, and his hand shaking. I turned my gaze back towards 2nd Avenue, and even from where we stood, the destruction was visible. The explosion had torn through the street, leaving a jagged crater where the RV once was, and buildings on either side were heavily damaged, their facades blown apart and windows shattered. Smoke billowed from several storefronts, and I could see flames flickering in the rubble. The eerie thing was how empty the street was. If it hadn't been for the warning, the casualties would have been unthinkable. It was Christmas morning, a time when the city was usually quiet, but still, it was downtown Nashville. Any other day, the street would have been bustling with people. Emergency services were on the scene within... Sorry, that sounded weird. A bunch of unarmed boomers. No, what are you talking about? Idea of instant truth. That's what I think. How do Americans feel about January 20th? We're closer to them pushing that red button again. I don't know. I mean, honestly, most people, even ones that were relatively in opposition to Trump, I've noticed, like, don't have that like sort of fearful energy that they had since he's already been in there or whatever. And it seems like the voting patterns kind of reflect that. What was it, like 50%, 56% or something? Winning the popular vote, winning the electoral college and that kind of thing. So it doesn't really necessarily seem, yeah, definitely a little bit like of a, just, I don't know, I guess most people are kind of just apathetic to the sort of divisionary narrative that you often get within the media. People are kind of just like turned off to it or just don't care anymore, you know? And I definitely don't think that there's going to be like some, because I mean, it was like, whatever, it doesn't matter, but I don't think there's, you know, it's like red button scenario. If anything, I can imagine that the war in Ukraine and potentially the war going on with, you know, or at least the proxy conflict between Iran and Israel probably would maybe calm down under this next administration, but we will see. I don't know. Who knows? I guess, you know, you can kind of like speculate on things, but you never know what the fuck's gonna go down. Hey, Weldon, thank you. Good to see you. Emergency services were on the scene within minutes. Firefighters rushing to contain the flames while police... It's odd that people think an administration made of billionaires will work for the average person. I do agree with that too. I think oftentimes this like left versus right paradigm is really strange. It's like we never really seem to get any benefit from it ever. Yet for some reason we, like every 4 years or, you know, 2 with Congress and stuff, it's like we anticipate some sort of like big change and we sit there and argue with each other about it. But it's like, if anything, that just like benefits those in power, where we sit there and kind of, I don't know, bicker with each other about social issues and things like that, but we tend to ignore the bigger issues, which most of the time is our wallets, whether it's taxation through inflation or redistribution of wealth through various other bills. What's your opinions on aliens flying over New Jersey? Hey, what else are they supposed to do? Wait, are there actually aliens over New Jersey? See, that's exciting news to me, honestly. I guess it's about time for the alien narrative, isn't it? Oh, wow, one day. Let's see. We don't know who's behind mysterious drones. Our government doesn't have answers about these drone sightings, says UFO researcher, which is, it could be me, honestly. I could be the researcher if you wanted me to be. UFO researcher Gregory Goins to discuss, oh, isn't it an article? Do we have an article? Let's just ask ChatGPT. Let's skip, you know? We're stuck in some ghetto-ass custody battle. Yeah, I mean, like, sure, you can be, like, connected to, like, the particular policies that are discussed and like the fear-mongering that occurs on both sides, but eventually your basic pattern recognitions within your human brain should eventually be able to be like, I don't even know if either side's even capable of giving a shit about me no matter what they say, you know. And it's like, and then at that you should come to the realization that the only person that's going to change you is yourself. So that's the only thing that I could say in that scenario, is like, hopefully you can arrive at the position that you can make changes for yourself instead of relying on a bunch of parasites to sit there and divide you all day long with stupid bullshit. All right, anyways, aliens. Are there aliens flying over Tony Soprano's home, New Jersey? Let's see. Since Since mid-November 2024, numerous reports have emerged of mysterious drones flying over various parts of New Jersey, including Morris, Hunterdon, and Ocean counties. These drones, often described as large and sophisticated, have been observed hovering over neighborhoods and critical infrastructure, sometimes in swarms of up to 50. Interesting. Are they like people drones? You know, the ones that we own? Governor Phil Murphy has acknowledged the sightings, describing the drones as very sophisticated and noting that they go dark when attempts are made to track them. He assured residents that there is no imminent threat. Of course, the authorities at local, state, and federal levels are investigating the incidents. The FBI's Newark field office is leading the investigation, collaborating with agencies such as Homeland Security. Despite numerous sightings, officials have not yet determined the drone's origins or purposes. The Pentagon has stated that there is no truth to claims of foreign entities such as Iran operating drones over the U.S. East Coast. Residents have expressed unease due to the drone's proximity to sensitive areas, including military installations and President-elect Donald Trump's Bedminster golf course. Oh, so they're near his shit? Some officials, like State Senator John Bramnick, have called for a limited state of emergency to ban all drones until the situation is clarified. I mean, I guess that would make sense. But honestly, how are they going to monitor that to differentiate between foreign entities, domestic toys, and fucking aliens, you know? You're literally never gonna know. Whatever. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Used to be this common understanding that no matter the candidate, they never aligned with your views 100%, and that was okay. Now we change our views to match the candidate, and that's not okay. I agree with that, Rob. It is very strange to me that, like, there's this odd abstract connection with either side in a way that, like, needs to encompass us completely, and then in many ways we compromise our own personal stances on things to then align more with, like, the tribe, which you could call it a party, but it's just a political tribe, you know what I mean? And it's all just very abstract ideas too, you know? Like, you can just, like, throw fucking anything into one side and say that they stand for it, and now suddenly, you know, people who even slightly agree with that get absorbed into it. And then, for some reason, they also are expected to believe in all the other stuff as well. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, you know, just from a marketing standpoint. Like, if someone likes French fries, they don't also have to fucking, like, love smoothies. even though both of those are pretty tasty. Hey Michelle, thank you, good to see you. We're very tribal creatures, hence religions, politics, racial divides, wealth divides. Yeah, it all kind of falls into the same area of the brain, which is just identity. We all want some degree of identity because it helps us to kind of, like, create narratives to make sense of our world. You know, and we all want to be like this, you know, we all, like, every one of us have main character syndrome, where we want to be the coolest and most right and correct and righteous one, you know. But it's just not how things work. In many ways, you know, whatever it is we define as, like, morality is just kind of, like, just based on whatever the majority say, you know, and whatever your tribe says at that time. It may not even necessarily have any meaning to it whatsoever, but if it, you know, constitutes you believing it for your survival, or you feeling like you're in the in-group, then sometimes we will change our brain completely to fit that in-group, just to feel like we're a part of something. Could you ask Chat BBC if Musk could end poverty if he donated all of his money? Well, I guess it would depend, because his money exists primarily in, like, assets, you know what I mean? Like, both companies and production and stuff like that. But I guess, can Elon Musk end all of poverty if he gave all his monies away? No. It just says no. No, leave me alone. Scale of global poverty. Global poverty is a massive issue, as a recent estimates eradicating extreme poverty, defined as living on less than $2.15 a day, would require trillions of dollars over many years, not just a one-time infusion of funds. The World Bank estimated that it would take around $100 billion per year to end extreme poverty in 2030, a total far exceeding Musk's net worth. Musk's wealth is mostly illiquid. Elon Musk's wealth, valued at $200 billion at times, is primarily tied up in the stock companies like Tesla, SpaceX, and others. If he were to sell his holdings to give all of his money away, quote-unquote, it could cause market disruptions, significantly reducing the actual value he could realize. Structural challenges. Poverty is not just a lack of money, but also a systemic issue tied to inadequate infrastructure, corruption, lack of education, poor healthcare, political instability, and being really, really stinky. Simply injecting money does not address these underlying causes, and you would need a lot of deodorant. Direct cash transfers. If distributed equally among the world, 8 billion people would amount to around $25 per person, which is, there you go. Just give everyone $25, a one-time benefit. Targeted programs, if invested in focused poverty alleviation programs like clean water, education, healthcare, the impact could be substantial, but still far from ending poverty globally. There you go. Hey, Jessica, take care. Good to see you. Jeff Bezos can pay off everyone's mortgage and buy all the NFL teams and still have generational wealth. Let's ask that. Let's ask that question right now. We're gonna get at least like an AI answer, which could have some meaning. Question: could Jeff Bezos? Let's break it down. Jeff Bezos' worth, as of now, Jeff Bezos' net worth is estimated around $160 billion, though this fluctuates with Amazon's stock price. Paying off everyone's mortgage in the U.S. Total mortgage debt, according to the Federal Reserve, the total outstanding mortgage debt is the U.S. approximately $12 trillion. Bezos' wealth versus mortgages. Even if Bezos liquidated his entire net worth, he could not pay off all U.S. mortgages at $160 billion, is far short of the $12 trillion. He can only cover about 1.3% of the total mortgage debt. Buying all NFL teams. Value of NFL teams. Forbes estimated the total combined value of all 32 NFL teams can be around $128 billion. Bezos' wealth versus NFL. Bezos could theoretically buy every NFL team, but it would require nearly 80% of his net worth, leaving him with less than $32 billion. While this is still a lot, it wouldn't provide the same level of generational wealth he currently has. Generational wealth typically means enough money to support multiple future generations without them needing to work. If Bezos spent $128 billion on NFL teams and had $32 billion remaining, this could still qualify as generational wealth, assuming he'd managed properly and continues to grow through investment. For perspective, $32 billion fortune could generate around $1 billion annually at 3% return. Yeah, you get it. Sounds like he wouldn't be able to do that, sadly. But he could pay your mortgage. Would you love him if he paid your mortgage? Boop. Like if he just like texted you one day like, hey guys, it's Jeff Bezos. I was listening to Livestream and I just like really want to help you out. Joel, ask this. What is the most preserved religious text? Okay, let's ask. What is the most preserved religious text? Let's see, the Quran, Islam, preservation. The Quran is widely regarded as one of the most preserved religious texts. It was compiled shortly after Prophet Muhammad's death, 632 CE, under the Caliphate of Uthman ibn Affan, and the standardized version has been meticulously preserved since. Manuscript evidence. Ancient Quranic manuscripts such as the Sana manuscript and the Topkapi manuscript align closely with the modern text. Oral tradition. In addition to written records, the Quran has been preserved through a robust oral tradition, with millions of Muslims memorizing it word for word across generations. 2. The Hebrew Bible, the Tanakh. The Hebrew Bible, particularly the Torah, has been preserved with extraordinary care by Jewish scribes, i.e. the Masoretes. The Dead Sea Scrolls, 3rd century BCE, 1st century CE, demonstrates that text of Hebrew Bible has remained remarkably consistent over thousands of years. Tradition, scribes followed rigorous methods to ensure accuracy, often counting letters to prevent errors. The New Testament, Christianity preservation. The New Testament is one of the most widely attested ancient texts with over 5,800 Greek manuscripts and thousands of translations into Latin, Coptic, and other languages. The earliest fragments, such as the Rylands Library, Papyrus P52 125 CE, are close in time to the original writings. Challenges, variations in the manuscripts exist, but scholarly methods like textual criticism have reconstructed the original text with high confidence. The Vedas, Buddhist texts. Okay. I guess that makes sense, because Quran was, 600 years after those, but yeah. By the way, have you heard about the new news on the toy box killer? He killed over 60 people, but only 20 bodies have ever been found. Interesting. The toy box killer. Was that the one where, like, they would bring them into the van or something like that? Was he just a singular guy? Wasn't it like a... Are you thinking of the toolbox killer? Is that what we're thinking of? I don't know. I don't even know. Debt is a really weird thing. It seems like it's really just like a way that you can like mobilize people to do stuff when there's no money to actually do stuff. You know what I mean? With the promise of paying it back in the future. But people were like, well, if it holds value and we all agree that it holds value, then I guess I'll do this work and mobilize my people. But I guess it just means that the people in the future have to deal with this. That sounds like a problem for tomorrow, you. Hey, Cass, take care. Good to see you. Yeah. Shit, sorry. Emergency services were on the scene within minutes, firefighters rushing to contain the flames while police taped off the area. They moved quickly, but the devastation was overwhelming. As the morning wore on, more details began to emerge. Officials confirmed it was a deliberate Officials confirmed it was a deliberate act, a targeted bombing, and they speculated that the AT&T building had been the intended target as the explosion had disrupted telecommunications across the region, and cell service was down, internet was spotty, and people couldn't even make emergency calls. The bomber, it turned out, a man named Anthony Quinn Warner, had stayed inside the RV. The FBI identified him within days through DNA found at the scene. He had planned everything meticulously, right down to the warning message that had undoubtedly saved lives. But why he did it, and why he chose Christmas, and why he targeted Nashville, remained a mystery. For days motherfucker. I always thought this situation was really weird. Like, what was the purpose of... They speculated that the AT&T building had been the intended target. An explosion disrupted telecommunication. Just very odd, you know what I mean? Have you heard of the channel Stop Having Kids? Pretty wild. No. I never really understood the anti-natalist like perspective, because it's like, once again, it's like, what are you concerned about? We're humans. Why would you be concerned if more humans continue to exist? Like, who is it benefiting? Because if like everything is a human-centric perspective, right? Why would you be concerned if like more humans are born? It just seems like a really weird thing. Because like if you stop having kids, then the humans die off or whatever, you know, or the population collapses, and maybe it's more sustainable for the human race in the long run, I guess. But it just seems like a really weird thing to try and like contemplate as an individual perspective. To sit there and have like the hubris that you understand the outcome, and therefore everyone should perceive your perspective as being correct. It's just weird. Ice Latte, thank you and welcome back for 23 months. Hi all, hello. How we doing? Thank you for almost 2 years. Yeah, he's fed up with long distance charges. I would like to know why John Benet Ramsey's parents were never charged with murder. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. AT&T Bell created a bunch of underground wires in Michigan, fiber optics. They let them down when personal computers were just entering the market and the internet was not yet a thing. Such foresight. That is fascinating, yeah. It does make me mad. Like, I feel like I would like to have like a sudden boom in like internet speeds, and maybe obviously I don't understand like all of it, but it just sucks that it would require a ton of implementing of hardware and stuff in the ground probably again, unless we can like just get crazy internet from like satellites out of nowhere, then everyone just has like insane satellite internet. The brain chip. Oh, that's a good point too. Well, I don't know. Imagine like you have a fucking brain chip in your head and it's just like some days it's like as shitty as a T98 calculator or some shit, and like other days you're taking a piss and all of a sudden your muscles just like lock up really bad and you get like a cramp, you get like a Charlie horse that you normally would get in your like hamstring, but you have it throughout your whole fucking body and you're just stuck like that for 2 hours till your daughter finds you or some shit, you know what I mean? It just it just sounds like a fucking hassle. Just so you can look at porn really fast. Yeah, and you get ads in your head, you like hearing fucking voices for McDonald's. I go to sleep completely sober and keep getting nudged awake by this annoying beeping noise. Weird. Nudged awake by an annoying beeping noise. But it's just like sort of a psychosomatic experience, like it's not... How often does it happen? Smoke detector. Oh, maybe. Yeah, you maybe need to change the battery. Yeah, oh, that's so funny. ChatGPT literally said smoke detector right out the gate. Unplugged or malfunctioning devices like alarm clocks, phones, smart home gadgets, beeps, some appliances such as fridges or microwaves. Yeah, it's just in my head. It doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it doesn't stop. Overlooked devices, environmental sources, beeping come from external sources like nearby construction, delivery vehicles, or even wildlife mimicking electronic sounds. Paranormal or psychological, while less common, unexplained sounds can sometimes be attributed to psychological phenomenon like hypnagogic hallucinations, sounds heard while walking or falling asleep. If you suspect something eerie, it may also align with personal beliefs or unexplored environmental factors. Yeah, I don't know. If it's in your head, I have no idea. Am I gonna read? I don't know, dude. I don't want to read anymore. I've had enough. Haven't I done enough? Don't you think, like, on YouTube you should get to like a certain amount of videos and then you can just stop forever? Like, there's just no more to see or listen to. Nothing's scary anymore. How many videos do I have? I wish I could easily see. Yeah, the YouTube pension plan. When do I get that shit? It would, I mean, obviously YouTube compensates people very well, but it would be kind of nice if, like, after you've done YouTube for a period of time or, like, generated them a certain amount of, like, revenue guaranteed, it would be kind of sick if they, like, gave you something nice. But granted, that's a lot of people, I guess, to keep track of, and if they haven't had to, like, establish that as, like, from a competitive standpoint, it doesn't really matter. But it would be kind of cool if you were, like, working towards a certain amount of views, and once you got that on YouTube, they, like, not just like a silly fucking plaque or whatever, which is still cool, but I don't know, they, like, came and sucked your dick or something. For days after, the city felt different. 2nd Avenue, usually vibrant and full of life, was taped off, a haunting reminder of what had happened. I'm sorry. 2nd Avenue, usually vibrant and full of life, was sectioned off, a haunting reminder of what had happened. News crews descended on the area, their cameras capturing the destruction. Residents left flowers and notes at the barricades and small gestures of resilience in the face of tragedy. I still think about that morning often, about how close we came to disaster. And the destruction was devastating, but it could have been so much worse. The bomber's warning gave people time to escape, but the psychological scars remain. Every time I hear a loud noise downtown, I flinch, my mind flashing back to that moment, the blast, the smoke, the chaos. And Christmas will never feel the same for me, not after that day. It's a reminder of how fragile things can be, how quickly everything can change. But it's also a testament to the strength of the city, to the way people come together in the face of tragedy. In the face of losing reception. Take a break and enjoy listening to talk about random stuff. It's fun, honestly. Plus, I'm stuck at work, so this is a great pastime. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I like talking about ideas and concepts, and I know we dive into the political stuff sometimes, and I'm not, I know that it's contentious, but I'm trying to figure out how you train people's brains, or train your own brain, to sort of disassociate with the identity that goes along with it, and just observe it from a mere scientific standpoint, more so, like just from the sheer raw information. And it's hard, but I guess if you can somehow analyze information without upsetting people, that's like a pretty decent thing, right? Or upsetting yourself, I suppose. All right, should I take magnesium? I probably should. That would be a lot of sucking, yeah. Well, they better get to work and get some lube. Alright, I'll be right back. Shit. Alright. Should not be concerned with upsetting anyone with how you want to build yourself up in a positive way. Yeah. Oh yeah, Snow Celeste is such a good game. I love that game. While you were gone, Joel, I was thrown on the street, pimped out, forced into a life of petty crime, rehabilitated, then adopted into a loving home, where I spend my final days reminiscing on the tumultuous journey I took to arrive at that very place. Like, you're like on your deathbed, and then I come back, I'm like, bleh. Hey guys, sorry, I was taking a shit. What happened? Looking for a place to get rubbed down, and I found versus some smuck, $4.50 an hour. Oh my god, you found a good person. Who cares? This is what's super sad and frustrating, how we can't accept other points of views and be open. Yeah, agreed. Do not make an enemy of words, I suppose. Yeah, what's the point? It's honestly strange how easy it was to kind of like mobilize a large portion of the population to be so vitriolic towards each other, especially online. It's just odd how quick we were to get pulled into that. Alright, this is the last story. When you're pondering your orb, which eye do you find is your dominant one? How do you find that out again? I feel like it's my right. I don't know, they're both fucking blurry as shit. When you ponder your orb, the orb will ponder back. Alright. I tend not to care for people who vote in ways that make it harder for me to afford things or have health care. Yeah, I guess so, but sometimes it's like, you have to think like, I don't know, just people, you know, they're just people thinking thoughts in their head the same way you are, and like, you're, you know, immediately from the presumption that what you're thinking is like correct, and then because you're thinking that it's correct, you're feeling comfortable holding a sort of abstract disdain for someone because they connect with one of two, you know, tribes. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's a bunch of like logical conclusions that you've arrived to that really is just the end goal is to be mad at somebody and to displace that anger onto that person. It's just kind of, I don't know, it's too much energy. It's not directed appropriately, you know. Do you cook or use one of the meal delivery services? I've used them before, but I usually don't use them for very long, so I just kind of cook my own thing, or I just order takeout or something. But the air fryer is pretty fucking sweet. People knew what they were voting for and they did it anyways. Hard for me to feel good towards the person what they knew ahead of time and what they were voting for. You know, I don't know. I mean, a lot of what you're saying sounds kind of like very vague statements, so it just sounds like a conversation that you want to have with those people individually that you're mad at, you know, and explain your side. And once again, it's like you don't really know that your perspective is like the end all be all of whatever it is. I mean, if you could really break each policy down and the manifestation of voting for someone, if you could really demonstrate that, I don't know if you would do it through like a Venn diagram or like a chart, maybe you can make them a chart just to, and then he's saying, as you can see at the end of the chart, I don't like you. I don't like you. This is why I don't come to the cookouts, because of you. New glasses will be ready, thank God. My perspective is someone who wants to keep my ACA insurance, my reproductive care, and be able to afford food and other necessities. Yeah, and you would have to talk with the other person or whoever you want to talk about politics as to why you would perceive those would be lost or whatever, you know what I mean? And what specifically within those, like, that vernacular is important. You kind of have to get into the nitty-gritty details, otherwise kind of like just saying those things in conjunction with each other is really no different than saying, like, I like the number 1 or I like the number 2. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. I can't save anybody, really. You know what I mean? Like, you're into those particular politics, they're into the other ones, and all you can really do is have a conversation with somebody, and realize at the end of the day that as much as it feels like you're part of something, like, you're kind of just going along for the ride, so you might as well not, like, displace your anger onto another person and, like, hinder a relationship with them just cause. It's like kind of like a false enemy, you know what I mean? See ya. Can I say your name? I said Weldon, but is it Leah? I assume it's Leah with the GH silent kind of thing. Can you chat BBC if air fryers leach metals into your food? I remember there was something about, like, the material that's used that heats up in there, and, like, apparently it was like the material that it uses to, like, heat, or, like, that you set the food on, it can't be heated to an extent that's actually going to, like, break down metals into your food or whatever. It was Christmas Eve of 1953. The night was warm and clear, and there was a sense of quiet excitement in the air as we boarded the Wellington to Auckland express train. I was traveling with my younger sister, Margaret, to spend Christmas with our parents in Auckland, and she was just 16, full of life and enthusiasm, and her laughter brightening the crowd. She was just 16, full of life and enthusiasm, and her laughter brightening the crowded carriage. I was 21 and had recently started working in Wellington, so this was a rare chance for us to spend time together. And the train had a bunch of families, couples, and travelers heading home for the holidays. Our carriage was packed with chatter and the rustling of parcels, Christmas gifts that were wrapped with care. And I remember the rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks, this sort of comforting sound that seemed to harmonize with the festive mood inside the train. And as the hours passed, the passengers settled into a sort of lull. Margaret and I dozed into our seats, lulled by the steady motion of the train, and it must have been close to midnight when I was jolted awake by a strange sensation. The train, which had been moving smoothly, The train, which had been moving smoothly moments before, began to sway and jolt unnaturally. At first I thought it might just be a sharp curve in the tracks, but the jerking became more violent, and the carriage seemed to lurch sideways. Suddenly there was this roar, a sound. Jerking. Jerk chicken. Oh, fuck. I don't even want to read this story, honestly. I'm just, like, annoyed. Suddenly, there was this loud roar, as if the earth itself had split open, and Suddenly, there was this loud roar, like the earth itself had split open. The lights in the carriage flickered and then went out, plunging us all into darkness, and people screamed, and I felt Margaret's hand grip mine tightly, her voice trembling with fear. "What's happening?" she cried out, but I didn't have an answer. In the chaos that came... Motherfucker. In the chaos, the train came to a grinding halt, but not in the way that it should have. Instead of stopping smoothly, there was a gut-wrenching sensation of falling. The carriage tilted sharply, and people and luggage were thrown against one another, and the sound of shattering glass and splintering wood filled the air as the train plunged into the icy waters below. I don't remember the exact moment that we hit that river, but the impact was like being struck by a massive wave. Water surged into the carriage, freezing and relentless, rising quickly and swallowing everything in its path. The screams of the passengers turned into gasps and cries for help as the freezing current engulfed us. I yelled for Margaret, but my voice was drowned out by the chaos. I could feel her hand slip from mine as the water surged between us, and panic set in as I struggled to keep my head above the water. The overturned carriage was like a coffin, dark and cold, and the air quickly became unbreathable. Somehow I managed to find an opening, a broken window or door, and clawed my way onto the rushing river. The icy water was a shock. The icy water was a shock, numbing my limbs and stealing my breath, but I forced myself to swim toward what I thought was the riverbank. Around me I could hear the cries of other survivors, their voices mingling with the roar of the river, and when I finally crawled onto the muddy bank, shivering and exhausted, I looked back at that wreckage, and it was terrifying. The Wangu... What is this shit? Fuck. Wait, what? WH in Maori is often pronounced like the English F. Really? Oh my god. Anybody know how to say this shit? In the chat. Is it Maori? Like, I don't even know what the fuck. Often pronounced with an F. Fa. Fang. Fangeahu. Fangeahu? Anybody know? Fangehu. Okay. Wait. Fangayahu? F. Okay. A is an NG is singer. What is it? Was it Fungwaihu? Oh. Fungaihu? Dude, what is this? It's like NGA. It's like trying to say phonetically like NGAH is somehow makes any sense. But with a nasal sound at the start, as in singer, longer. Inga. Fa ingahu. Fa ingahu? I don't know, dude. Whatever. The Faingo River was a raging torrent, a deadly mix of volcanic debris and water rushing down from Mount Rupahu's. Jesus Christ. Ruapeu. A deadly mix of volcanic debris and water rushing down from Mount Ruit. A deadly mix of volcanic debris and water rushing down from Mount Ruapeu's crater lake. The bridge has been completely destroyed, its supports washed away by the force of the lahar just moments before the train arrived, and most of the carriages were submerged or swept downstream, their occupants trapped inside. I searched desperately for Margaret, calling her name until my voice was hoarse. Other survivors were doing the same, some wading into the water to try and pull people from the wreckage, others sobbing in despair. A few locals had arrived, drawn by the noise, and they helped pull the injured to... A few locals had arrived, drawn by the noise, and they helped pull the injured to safety. The night was filled with the sound of crying, shouting, and the relentless roar of the river. God damn it, my fucking voice just keeps going, dude. You're from New Zealand. Oh my god. How long have we been going? 4.5 hours. Jesus Christ. A few locals had arrived, drawn by the noise, and they helped pull the injured to safety, and the night was filled with the sound of crying, shouting, and the relentless roar of the river. And as dawn broke, the scale of the disaster became horrifying. And as dawn broke, the scale of the disaster became horrifyingly clear. Bodies were being pulled from the wreckage, their lifeless forms laid out on the muddy banks. The Christmas gifts that had filled the train were scattered across the river, their bright wrapping paper a tragic contrast to the grim scene. The air was very heavy with the smell of mud and smoke. The air was very heavy with the smell of mud and smoke, and the cries of those searching for loved ones echoed in the still morning. And I found Margaret later that day, her body caught in a tangle of debris downstream, and she looked peaceful, as if she were merely sleeping, but the sight of her broke me in a way that I cannot describe. I sat beside her, holding her cold hand and whispering apologies for not being able to save her. And the days that followed, the tragedy of Tangiwai. These aren't very fucking Christmassy at all. Jesus Christ, dude. These are just like terrible things that happen on Christmas. Oh my god, these aren't... Oh my god, these are actually not Christmas at all. Fuck. I like actually can't put this shit out, dude. This is like the least Christmas stories of all fucking time. Oh my god. Bro, the one was... What the fuck? Just give it a different title. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. It's just say Merry Christmas at the end of all of them. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was all these stories tonight? Oh my god. Tongiwai. Tongue softer, pronounced like E-Y. Okay, Tongiwai. Oh my god. In the days that followed, the tragedy of Tongiwai dominated the news. We learned that the Lahar had struck the bridge just minutes before the train arrived, weakening its structure until it gave way under the weight of the locomotive. There had been no warning, no chance for the train to stop in time, and of the 285 passengers on board, 151 lost their lives. And in the years since, I've often wondered why I survived when so many others did not. The memories of that night still haunt me, the sound of the river, the cries for help, the sight of my sister's lifeless body. But I also remember the bravery and kindness of those who came to our aid, the locals who risked their lives to save strangers, the resilience of the survivors who refused to give up. The Tongiwai disaster changed my life forever. It took my sister, shattered my family, and left scars that will never fully heal. But it also taught me the value of each moment we spend in the company of those we love and cherish. Every Christmas Eve I light a... Oh, what the fuck? But it also taught me the value of each moment that we spend in the company of those we love and cherish. I say that again. It took my sister, shattered my family, and left scars that will never fully heal. But it also taught me the value of each moment we spend in the company of those we love and cherish. Alright, man. I'm just like ready to get the fuck out of here. This, like, those were not fucking Christmas stories, and that's what I'm gonna have to put out. It's so fucking stupid. Even though they're all very sad, it's just like... I had someone, like, compile these, and I guess we were on fucking limited supply here. Jesus fuck. Someone's getting a spanking later. Mary Chrysler. Just show Die Hard, yeah. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. And there are Superfan live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail. Wait. Oh, fucking Christ. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST. And there are Superfan live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your stories featured on the next... is going on tonight. And maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, anyone ever tried cycling? Dude, I don't know what the fuck, man. I don't know. Like, there's just like none of it. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta go, I guess. I gotta go to bed. This is fucking stupid. But yeah, the video will be out tomorrow. Same time as always. Bye-bye.